come up with some potential guardrails on to address some of the more controversial issues that might exist with respect to a URA. So, and I think he sent us all, and I guess it was posted with the packet, a kind of an outline of those, and I'd
Okay.
like to defer to him to go through that.
Commissioner Drysdale, could you please bring us up to date on and explain the information that you put in the packet for us to review?
Okay, I'll do my best. This idea, as Mayor Pro Tem Browning indicated, started last spring when there were, there were discussions and some fairly strong objections actually to the potential for the URA, particularly in the Eastern Corridor. Wondering how it could be successful. And so I'm at sort of an odd place here. I still have 1 foot back in the BOT days when this actually started up. But now as a commissioner with the URA, in effect representing the community at large. So I'm kind of thinking in both ways. I don't pretend to be an expert at this, although I have looked at it fairly carefully, and I've been actually focused fairly heavily on the cash flow implications of the URA and how to use that kind of information as part of the overall approach. But what this is, the guardrails are meant to be to put forward a draft, suggestions, if you will, for discussion by the Board of Trustees on what might it take if we did have a project, what might it take to be able to get everybody behind it. And, if there were a project that, what would it take to get everybody behind it? And so that's what I tried to lay out here, starting with the notion of not trying to do too much. Because when looking at some of the other URAs around the state, and Mayor Pro Tem Browning and I actually visited one other, and I know I've looked at several others, and he has even more than I did. And one of the things that seemed to get others in trouble was that they tried to do too much too soon, too fast, and get too many things involved, especially financially. And so that brings up this notion of really being bound by realistic forecasts of property tax revenue, and to have a mechanism to adjust that forecast as changes occur leading up to a project. And even if a project hasn't started, but other conditions change, like suddenly there's a pandemic, we need to be able to make adjustments and be dealing with realistic figures and be able to make changes in the plans when necessary. The second notion, and this is kind of back from when I was in Board of Trustees, is the concern of putting town funds at risk by incurring debt. When I say incurring debt, I mean in any form, whether it's a formal agreement to accept debt, or to go into debt, or to be in a moral obligation situation where everybody would turn to the town and to make up any difference in a project cost. But we've already sunk a lot of money into the development of the URA, but I don't believe the URA should expect that projects require the town to guarantee it. So the URA itself should not be positioned, so that if things don't go quite right, the town is there to bail them out. That might work if you're Denver or St. Louis or something, but for Lyons, I don't think, especially now, that and with the complication of, what might happen with FEMA funds and that sort of thing, that the town should not be in a position of being in a guarantee. At least that's what it's suggesting here as a guardrail. I'm not really trying to convince one way or the other. I'm just laying out some notions here, if you will. And so where does that leave it? And one way is to just use earned tax increment financing. In other words, just use the money that's actually earned already. Like, for example, right now, the downtown has a few dollars. Next year, they'll have a few more dollars. And the year after that, a little bit more, a little bit more. And the concept is, if there's a way, and we probably will need some guidance on this, again, I don't claim to be an expert, but of how to structure financing so that the developer can receive funding from the URA, but only after the URA has earned it and received it from the tax increment. And just restating it, if any loan commitments have to be really very clearly defined and backed by some specific collateral or some commitment by the developer, that's that makes it so that the town can be reasonably certain that that expenses don't come back to the town to support. So any kind of loans or real assets, that's like property. And I know some other towns have kind of gotten into iffy situations by using property or committing property to a developer. And then what happens if the project doesn't get completed, and just leaving things in limbo, that sort of problem. And those kinds of situations, I think we really need to make sure that it's fully and completely understood and supported by just about everybody on the BOT and the URA, so that it may require some adjustment to the bylaws, so it wouldn't be left to simple majorities of the board and the URA, but it would have just about everybody involved. Maybe not 100%, because there may be one person who's a holdout that like me on the commission, that would stop a really good project. And the next notion is to generally minimize expenses. The URA has had some significant expenses already in studies and so forth, which are necessary. But I think we really want to try to minimize the expenses for the URA itself, especially when it becomes a call on town dollars. And so I think really the thought here is to limit that, even if it means a little bit slower progress, especially right now. It's like when I first came up with this list, things were just starting to go into the pandemic period, and I thought, well, maybe we should slow things down and get things started again, like in July, which I thought was the outside limit of things. Boy, was that wrong. But I do think, slow progress now, maybe for the next, at least certainly several months, until we get a better idea of what's going to be happening with both town revenue and property tax revenue and all that sort of thing, might be a good idea. And the possible exception may be, and whether this would be town staff time or contract time or whatever, but we may hit a point where it would really make sense to, if there's a great idea out there, but we just need a developer to develop it, that we would invest in recruiting developers for what might be a really good idea that has, as it says here, a high probability of eventuating. I don't know what that might be, but I think that door should still be open. And work with the developers who are willing to work with this kind of approach. That they can arrange financing themselves generally, but maybe some of the icing on the cake and maybe some infrastructure kinds of things they can kind of finance or make sure they have availability of financing, but that would be paid back, if you will, through the lower funds once they are earned through the TIF. So the risk is on them, not on the URA or the town. So that probably reduces the number of developers who would be interested, but it still provides a mechanism for additional funding to be applied to a project over time, I believe. Again, I'm not an attorney and certainly not a URA attorney. And so, to take all these things with a grain of salt and a lot of input from knowledgeable people. The next point speaks to using only property tax and use tax TIF, not sales tax, except in really unusual situations. For example, where there might be a retail business opportunity where there would be a split of the sales tax increment such that it would actually be beneficial for the town and actually, help, in effect, add some funding that would be actually beneficial for the URA overall. But once again, I think that would need to have everybody aboard, both from the BOT and the URA board. The next notion is more of just a notion of using the URA as a tool, but not an obligation to support every opportunity with every dollar collected, and just being judicious about that, especially if there's any hint that it might be leveraged by debt or risky financial obligations. I think in order for there to be sustainability, it's a kind of a repeat of what was stated above, but strictly limiting the amount of money that the town can provide to the URA. And that's to start thinking quickly about the payback to the URA for the funds that the town has already invested. And that becomes, there'll be obviously competition for every dollar. And but we would want to position it so that the town has a strong position in that competition for dollars as they are earned, in order to pay back the investment and any additional costs that the town is incurring relative to the URA. And then that leads to the point of just establishing a payback schedule and trying to stick to that payback schedule so that all of the initial investment can be returned over a reasonable period of time. And then the last item is just speaking to even before projects come, having significant discussions, and this would probably be on the URA board's side, although I think the Board of Trustees wants to have a discussion among itself as well, in terms of criteria for what expenses should be covered and what are the priorities for that. And then adding to that, and this is inelegantly worded, I definitely admit I was just struggling on how to describe it. It's a project management concept related to dependencies that sometimes you get in a situation where you've invested in something, but that something has a dependency on something else in order for it to be done and be complete. And so you need to avoid a situation where we develop something, but it depends on something else to be done. And then nobody's ponying up money for that something else, and the whole project gets in trouble. So that was just an effort and a draft effort, and I'll repeat that I'm not an expert, I'm not an attorney, so these are just concepts that arose from our limited experience here in lines with the development of these, and then also some research that various people have put into the development to this point. So I'm definitely open to and encourage any kind of comment, disagreement, agreement, whatever, moving forward, because as I indicated, these are just thoughts that arose. Thanks.
Any comment? Thank you, sir. Any comments by the board? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. Barney, thank you so much for this, and thank you for taking the time to present it to us. I have a question. I'm certainly no LURA expert. In point 9, when we're talking about dependencies, can you give an example of what one of those might be? Would it be possible to make something up?
Okay. Actually, I'll use sort of an example. What if the building of what's now the new Public Works building, what if that were a commercial venture done by a developer? And they built the building thinking, well, there's going to be utility connection. But the grant that the town had related to that utility connection fell through. Now you have a building sitting out there and perhaps partially funded by URA funds for roadway into it or some other public capability. And now, people are saying, well, wait a minute, we have this big investment out there. Who's going to pick up the bill? Won't you do it, town? Weren't you in a leadership position? Shouldn't you have known better, et cetera, et cetera? So that would be probably not a great example, but that would be a thought.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much.
I got one not so theoretical one there. What if somebody is ready to do a development out there, but in order to connect to the town's utilities, the CDPHE is going to have to approve that, which is, and CDPHE has been telling us for the last couple of years that, it could be 2023 before they acted on our permit request. So that's a not very theoretical example, I think. Mayor, I've got a couple of follow-ups on a couple of Trustee Drystadt's points that occurred to me while he was going through them, which, again, thank you so much, Barney, for doing that. That really helps frame the discussion and put into writing a lot of things that we've had and we talked about in verbal discussions before. One of the, I think, less controversial parts of what a URA can do, I think, can be added to what Barney's point suggested, which is, in addition to actually earned tax TIF money, the money that's sitting in the bank, or there's going to come in this year from property tax revenues in the URA, it's one of the less controversial things that a URA can do is go ahead and commit future TIF money that will come from the development itself. If somebody's going to do a $5 million new building on what's now raw land valued fairly low, it usually doesn't raise too much controversy that person would get to keep the property tax increment that arose from their additional $5 million investment. Because kind of the whole theory behind URAs, you've heard Ms. Quander and stuff talk about the but-for concept, that but for the URA being there and but for the financing tools that the URA provides, that building would maybe never have been built. And so that tax money wouldn't have existed. So the idea of a developer keeping some or even perhaps all of the property tax money that arises from the new value that they invest is, I think that's something that's sellable, and a lot of people wouldn't object to because it's money you wouldn't have seen otherwise. So I think that's an additional item you can add to earned ER. You could call it, I don't know, future TIF from the project itself. Now, when you get into transferring property tax from other parts of the URA to help that developer, that's when you kind of start getting into a little bit of controversy. And the other kind of footnote I would put on the idea of a supermajority to approve some of these more controversial items like use of sales tax or moral obligation commitments to back a project would be to look, that really the supermajority should perhaps not apply just to the URA board, but also to the town board, because if you think about it, it's the town's credit worthiness, it's the town's property. If the town ever, like many places do, ever contribute property to a URA development, or if the town is contributing sales tax to back a URA development, it's mostly the town's sales tax. Boulder County, I think out of all the taxing jurisdictions in the URA, I think other than the town, it's only Boulder County that also collects sales tax. The rest of them are just property tax entities. Right. So when you're talking about putting sales tax into a development, it's really the town's sales tax. So if it's the town's money or property or credit that's being used to back a project, the supermajority requirement should probably, in my view, be done at the town level rather than the URA level, because it's our money, it's our property, it's our credit worthiness.
Right, and perhaps both.
And maybe both, yep. Beyond that, I'd personally kind of like to defer to the rest of the board for questions or comments or things, because I've pretty much made my views known on URAs and tried to point out issues and areas of controversy. I went back and looked at it this afternoon, a 16-page paper on it. So what I have to say has been said at great boring length. But so I'm really kind of more interested in hearing what others have to say and what direction they might foresee for the URA. And if I have other comments to make, I'd prefer to do those kind of toward the end of the time.
Any other comments by the board? Ideas? Trustee Careless.
Thanks, Barney, for everything you did for us. Appreciate it. As the previous board members may recall, I also I lost my warrant for the Eastern Corridor LURA prior to the changing of boards, and it does have to go back to a lot of the things that Barney Dreisand has discussed in this paper or in this draft on the guardrails, which I do like, putting some restrictions and limiting things. And Barney, do you remember, was it you or was it Commissioner Greenberg actually put the numbers to it and gave us, or maybe it was Mark, the actual numbers over the 20 years that this could actually possibly generate? I couldn't find it in my notes, and since I knocked much of my papers off, cleaning some things a month or so back, I didn't find everything, so I couldn't find it. Do you recall any of that, Barney?
Yeah, yes. Of course, we had the numbers from the economist consultant, but I actually went back and developed a Excel spreadsheet that it's not meant to be literally a forecast. It's more of a sensitivity model that says approximately what would be the difference if such and such development occurred? What would be the difference if it was all commercial or partially commercial and partially residential? What would be the difference if one of the other participants agreed to 40% or 50% or 60% of their share of the tax increment? And then it also laid out over the 25 years, you're not going to get everything, the full annual tax increase in the first year. You get very little, and then it just increased over a period of time. And you can change all those variables. And I don't pretend, again, to have a crystal ball, but I think it's instructive to look at what's the impact of different levels of investment, different levels of, for example, commercial versus residential and so forth. And so that tool is available. And, at some point it may be worth, going through a couple of iterations of that. I don't know if, let's see. Oh, I can't put my camera on. For some reason, I thought I wasn't going to be able to put my camera on, but I don't know if somebody could give me the ability to put up a screenshot of that. I do have it available here.
If I recall, with the numbers we came up with, really couldn't fund that big of a project long-term. I mean, it wasn't tens of millions of dollars. It actually, you guys worked it out that it was actually smaller than some of us anticipated or really realized. It was a little bit of a shock to Laura at the time.
Well, yeah, I would look at it a little differently. I think if the LURA is expected to fund an entire project, yeah, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to do that unless they're a big city. It's more the notion of how much could you get? And if you got that much, what could you do with it? How much would it help? If it doesn't help enough, then you probably don't want to do it. If it helps quite a bit.
And that's what I was getting at with asking you that is because I couldn't remember that document. If you're able to share, that'd be great, because I do vaguely remember that. And that's why with these guardrails that we're looking and discussing, I could more easily warm up to, continue with an Eastern Corridor LURA. But as Mr. Brown has indicated multiple times, and some of us have, our legal costs are through the roof, and the mayor too. And at some point, as we deal with the Board of Trustees budget, we continue to put money into this thing. At some point, we got to pay ourselves back or pay the citizenry back. And if we continue to build up costs, especially our legal fees, and not much is going on, I just still have a long-term problem with that. But these guardrails, I do like limiting some of the limits we do have on things, and a supermajority, because that means it's really got to be discussed and worked out amongst the commissioners for the good of the town.
Yeah, and purpose, I'm not trying to push the Eastern Corridor URA particularly. It's just to try to set up, what if we were going to do something? What if a project comes up? What would be some of the things we'd have to consider in order to make it successful?
Trustees Hall.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Barney, for putting this down. I'm just trying to get smart on the URA. I read Mayor Pro Tem Browning's paper. I've been trying to read up on the literature on it, but I'm wondering what the role of the URA is in promoting development, because I know at tonight's regular meeting that we have a notional idea that somebody might be interested in redeveloping 200 and 205 Main Street, as well as the looks like the dance studio behind there. These things are just popping up. and they don't seem to have any involvement in the URA. So what is the role of the URA in promoting itself to attract developers?
That's one of the things I think that that we really do have to work out. That's why I mentioned that having someone who interacts with the developers about the way the URA could be beneficial to the developer, I think would be that's in effect the first step, so that someone has that role and responsibility. For example, the using the downtown URA funds, perhaps the facades could be improved or enhanced. Perhaps the connections for utilities could be something that the URA could help, so that the overall development would be, instead of being I'll just use some numbers, a $2 million development could be $200,000 development, because of the potential revenue that the URA could provide to the developer over time. Now the developer would have to be willing to take that, bear that risk, but have a belief that that the TIF would be sufficient to cover that extra 200,000.
So an example in regard to that is, I see it's part of the staff that are working on economic development. So right now, Paul kind of had been meeting with people, but when it was a new developer, he usually brought me in as well. So now it'll probably be me and Kim as the EVC coordinator. When we meet with people and they ask us things like that, they'll say, oh gosh, the cost of water is going to put us over the edge, or the cost of putting in a sprinkler system is going to, make this project not happen. That's where we should be saying, well, we have in our toolbox this tax increment financing that you could go to the board and make a request to use to make this project float. So, for example, just last week, Paul Tamburello said, I'm working with 2 Western Slope businesses that I'd like to bring out potentially to our site to start to do some small manufacturing. He said, what incentive can the town give them? And so I told him what we have done in the past, like for the, when we did this annexation incentive, and I told him about, Lake McIntosh water, if it's economic development. And if, so that's where you would bring it up, is if you had an urban renewal plan out there, you would say, there's a possibility the board would let you use some of those funds, but they have to put together an application and a presentation, and then you'd follow these guardrails, make sure it meets the, if you recall, and I should probably put those in the packet, we went through it the last time we had a LoRa meeting, the types of projects that the board previously stated wanted to see prioritized using LoRa. And then the LoRa board would decide if that's something they want to help incentivize through that. But it's come up twice. The guy on F400 to 402 has asked, about the LoRa and Main Street, and do we have plans for it? And then just last week, Tamburello said, has there been any progress on that? I think, I'd love to bring these guys up, but I think they're going to need a little incentive to move from the West Slope.
The problem with that, and it's unfortunate, is precisely what Mayor Pro Tem Browning brought up. You can't even build on the Eastern Corridor yet. We can't provide the services that are necessary. So that's the quandary in regard to the timing that we face. Now, the other thing that I find interesting is that, unless I'm misunderstanding the concept, it's the first development that kickstarts the URA, because that's when we start to realize an increment. Is that correct?
Any development that occurs that increases the value of the property. So every year since we formed, there's been a small increment. That's that 27,000 a year.
I'm talking about strictly the Eastern Corridor now.
Oh, the Eastern Corridor, yeah.
You mentioned Tamburello, and we can't do a thing on the Eastern Corridor until we can provide services. And that's what I refer to as an unfortunate situation. Let me just put it that way. But coming back to that, once that development can go forward, and you're going from basically raw commercial property to a development, it's that initial increment that kickstarts the URA on the Eastern Corridor. Is that correct?
Well, it's only kickstarted if you form it and then you set a time frame on it and the clock starts. But yes, the first increment generated will be by whoever does an improvement of some sort that's not public property.
And that person can both benefit from that increment, and a certain amount of that increment can be set aside for further development potentials.
Sure.
Is that correct theoretically?
Yes, theoretically, yes.
Okay. So the first development is the key. And the point of the matter is we're stuck because we can't provide services to the Eastern Corridor yet. We do have our downtown development potentials, but those will pale in comparison to the increment that can be accrued on the Eastern Corridor. So I mean, that's what we're facing, and how we want to set up those guardrails. I think that we should set aside any increment for the developer, as is logical, but also for any future development or any infrastructure improvements that may need to be made also. Trustee Watt.
Thank you, Barney, and this has been a very enlightening conversation for me. With Trustee Lowell, I'm trying to still figure out what the URA really is and how it works. I'm in big favor of these recommendations. I think there's a few actions, and I guess one of my questions is how do we take this discussion and get those actions going? So it sounds like we need to change some of the bylaws and so forth. I think just in general, I have a comment, and I think the mayor has brought up some of the issues. We've continuously focused on the Eastern Corridor, an area in which we are nowhere close to being able to provide any services. At our last meeting, we had an opportunity, I think, that we missed as a board of trustees. And that is, somebody came to us specifically asking, hey, what about a hotel? What do you want to do? And our response was, tell us what you got. So, you know, I personally feel like if we want to encourage development, we should be actively pursuing, or at least prioritizing, like the last board did, what we have to offer in terms of opportunities, concessions, exchanges of consideration, and what have you. I think that we should forgo fees that don't have direct cost in terms of costs to the town, but are maybe traditional fees and so forth. But you know, I think it's just as important for us to lay our cards on the table. I think there's a significant amount of interest in developing commercial properties. As I've stated several times before, there's not been any significant commercial development in the town in nearly 20 years. So let's stop kind of creating guidelines and swim lanes and guardrails, and let's lay our cards on the table and say, hey, we can't do anything in the Eastern Corridor, or our plan for the Eastern Corridor is X, Y, and Z. And in the interim, we are looking for people who want to come and help make Lyons everything that it can be. And these are the things in our tool bag that we can offer. So I think these guidelines are fine, or guardrails are fine. I'd like to see us move beyond the constrictions of guardrails and swim lanes and start to open the possibilities and opportunities by us clearly stating, hey, we've got some water shares, or hey, we've got an opportunity. The only thing we offered someone who has spent a considerable amount of time in our town investigating a hotel was, we might be able to waive the $2 a night lodging tax on you. But if you've got any other ideas, we're open to hear it. And to me, that is not business friendly. That is, come and tell us what you've got and we'll tell you whether it's good enough or not. So congratulations and job well done, Barney, on these guardrails. I think that they're appropriate, but I think in general, our discussion needs to go beyond how we want to limit ourselves, and let's get proactive and lay some things on the table and try to get some development going. So that's my comment in general to this discussion.
Thank you. Are you ready to comment, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think so. I've got a few things. With regard to Trustee Waugh's point, I mean, we got to be honest with ourselves what cards we have to put on the table right now. The URA has basically nothing. It's got, I don't know, maybe $5,000 in the bank. And the reality is, if we continue to pursue formation of a plan for the Eastern Corridor in the way that it's been done to this point, much of the URA revenue for at least the next year, if not the next 2 years, is going to go to pay professional fees. There's IGA still to be done with the county, with the Lyons Fire District. There's still the whole issue of Lyons Fire District versus Hygiene Fire District. And if you're paying a very expensive Denver lawyer who's very, very good, let me state that in the record. Caitlin Quander is an excellent attorney and knows this stuff backward and forward. And if you have to pay the California consultant again for the third time to run new financial numbers, it's going to cost you money, and you're not going to have any money in the bank to put on the table for a developer. So we really don't have any money in the URA that we can offer to a developer right now. Nor does the town, I tried to point this out, nor does the town own any property that's particularly suitable for a hotel development, with the probably untouchable exception of Sandstone Park. So if we can't offer them money and we can't offer them property, there are some things we can offer. I think the Lake McIntosh water shares greatly diminishes the possibility of the cost of doing a project in Lyons, for sure, which is why we had the request on the agenda tonight, somebody exploring whether the town would be receptive to that, although I think that may get continued because of the schedule tonight. But that's an example of something we can offer. And the town can offer the tax increment, the property tax increment that results from a new investment. These people, I have no idea what the cost of their potential building might be, but let's just pick a number, if it's $2 million and you calculate out the property tax increments that's going to accrue to that for the next, well, there's only 20 years left in the downtown URA life, I guess. That's something that can be offered. It's basically a financial incentive to them. And I'm going to bring up during the fee discussion tonight that the town needs to, I think, make more certain at least what the fees are for reviewing development. I think that's not real clear, as I kind of brought up last week. So there are some things we can do. Let's get certainty on the fee, on fees, and let's talk about property tax increments downtown and water shares and that type of thing. But in terms of money or property, we don't have much. And in terms of the town committing its financial resources, as one of the guardrails indicates, is the town of Lyons likely to be in a financial position in the next 5 to 10 years with the FEMA clawbacks hanging over our head to make a multi-million-dollar financial commitment to a project using town funds, or at least putting out the town's credit? I don't know. I wish we were in that position, but I've got serious doubt that we really have that much credit to offer. 2 or 3 more points, and one that I'd like to emphasize something that Ms. Quander said at the last URA meeting, and that I think in some respects the town URA direction may have been a little bit off from the start. I wasn't on any board at that time. I was on the library board, I guess, at that time. But the perception that I got when the URA was formed was that the hope was that it would spur development, particularly in the Eastern Corridor, and that development out there would eventually produce primarily sales tax to make up to help the town financially after the town reached build out. And if you read that, the planning, the PPA thing about the town's planning areas, that concept is discussed in there without getting the specifics. The town's going to reach build out. It's not going to have enough money build out if it stays like it is now in its existing town limits to fund the level of services, utilities and so forth that citizens expect from it. And so you've got to get some more money from somewhere. And it looked at the 3 planning areas and said the Eastern Corridor is really the only place that might work. But that document kind of ignored the URA in some respects, even though the author, the expert who did that document, was the expert initially retained to do the financial projections for the URA. And what she didn't say was, if you take 100% of the property tax generated from new development in the URA and it all stays there, the town doesn't see a dime from that. How is that going to really help the town's coffers? And that was Ms. Quander's point. She said the reason for doing URAs is not as a future revenue source for the sponsoring town. It's literally just to cure blight on property. So the notion that got implanted in a lot of places, and maybe I just read it wrong, that somehow the URA was going to be an economic generator of revenue for the town of Lyons, probably that wasn't really something that should have been expected. And I don't know if everybody expected it or that's just what I heard. But I think that notion that if we do a successful URA, it's going to spin off a lot of extra revenue for the town to address future town budget deficits is probably wrong. And again, I mean, for example, the county is a big portion of the property tax out there, and a little bit of the sales tax. And if the county conditions its sharing of its tax revenues on funding affordable housing, on doing affordable housing out there, while that's a laudable goal, you got to realize what that does to the future revenue of the URA. You don't make money off of affordable housing. In fact, you usually have to subsidize affordable housing. So while that is something we might want to do out there, don't expect that that's going to generate revenue for the town. And the same thing would be true. Victoria mentioned interest from a couple of small manufacturers, and that's good. Lyons doesn't have much of a manufacturing base, but those aren't going to generate sales tax for the town. And so I think we need to get past that notion that we're going to get a bunch of extra revenue out of the Eastern Corridor someday because we have URA out there. I just don't think it's going to happen. And so plus when even in the last 5 years, but certainly since the 2010 comp plan, the notion that you're going to get a lot of retail out there spending on sales taxes, the more and more you hear about the death of brick and mortar retail, the more that plan isn't really realistic. And that was happening because of the transfer of business to online sales before the COVID crisis. And now so many small brick and mortar businesses are either out of business or in serious trouble, that the idea that you're going to generate a bunch of brick and mortar sales tax out there is probably not realistic either. And that kind of brings me to what's been my overall big question since I started raising these questions a year or so ago, which is, and it's a question I still haven't gotten an answer to and that I personally can't answer, which is, can a URA in a small town like Lyons really work if it is not anchored by some type of big sales tax generating business? Big box retailer is kind of a shorthand for that, but as Barney said, we've looked at a lot of different URAs and went to a seminar where they gave examples of those that had worked. And so far, almost, I can't find an exception of any that haven't involved some big sales tax generating retailer, as the mayor says, to kickstart the URA. Arvada did a great renovation of its downtown with new facades in their old downtown and everything, but it was all funded by Costco on the edge of their town that sits on I-70. And I mentioned this at the URA meeting, and Finance Director Johnston correctly pointed out, oh, there's a small little town, Timnath, that has a very successful URA. And they do. And I went and looked at it. And guess what? It sits on I-25, and on one side of I-25 in Little Timnath is a Costco, and on the other side of I-25 in Little Timnath is a super Walmart. And so I get nervous when the experts in the field can't show me any URA that looks anything like Lyons would, that might be anchored by maybe even a small hotel like Mr. Tamborella's talked about, or two small manufacturers and some affordable housing. Can anybody show me where a URA area with those components has worked? How does the money work? Is there enough property tax increment to really do much in terms of infrastructure? And when I can't see that, I get nervous. And so I ask that question over and over and over, and it never gets answered. And so I just have great reluctance on barreling forward in the Eastern Corridor until I have some indication of some kind of a model, a financial model that shows how it will work. I'm not sure it works with pure property tax. And I'm not sure that there's going to be enough sales tax out there, even if we're willing to share it with a developer and give a developer the first 15 years of sales tax and the town gets the last 10 years of sales tax. So you don't split it like that, which you can do. I'm not sure there's enough there to make it work. And that's where I still sit. That's where I was a year ago, and that's where I am now. So.
Yeah, I think that's why I think it's important to look at some what would be the effect of various possibilities with the URA in terms of the dollars that it could generate, and what then could that amount of money do? If it can generate say $4 or $5 million over several years, that might be an important amount of money to fund even a moderate development out there. I think just looking at other situations where they've done other things doesn't necessarily give us the answers for Lyons. And so I think looking at the funding doesn't necessarily guarantee that everybody's going to look at it and say, oh yeah, well that's a good thing. Nor does it mean everybody will look at that and say, oh no, that doesn't work. I think we have to look at the numbers and use the best information we have available to make decisions to move forward. One of the things I tried to do was look at what is the tax generation per square foot of the property that Tebow purchased, and say, well, then what if that level of development, which is pretty minuscule, were available on to the square footage available in the our property, or Tambrella's property, what would that increment be? And then what if he invested, say, $5 million in infrastructure, which is likely to produce even more value? I mean, why do you invest if you don't create more value than your investment? And what increment would that create? And would that amount of increment be of value. So we would be dealing with, instead of abstractions or comparisons with other communities, what our actual situation is and is it workable or not, but on the basis of some information, even if the information is, is sort of anticipatory.
Well, thank you, Barney. And the discussion, I think, was very good for all of us. We're out of time. We have a regular meeting to attend. And going forward, when the Board of Trustees wishes to call a URA meeting, we'll do so to discuss and further any guardrails. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break and come in at about 7:05. I apologize for the delay. Maybe not. Is Trustee Miller with us?
Yeah, hey, where's that?
I'm
Okay. I'll call the December 21st, 2020 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America,
and to the
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We take this opportunity for a reflective moment of silence. And let's keep in mind the now 326,000 victims of COVID and their families. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any discussion on amending the agenda?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to move to amend the agenda by taking the item Roman numeral 13.2, which is the Riverbend presentation on status of PUD, and moving it to the end of the agenda after the executive session. That'd be my motion. And I'll explain it in a minute if it's seconded.
I'll second that.
Okay. And the reason is Trustee Waugh and I had some conversations, and he may not be able to participate in the Riverbend presentation. And so it would assist him if he could do the other items first and then not be present for the Riverbend matter at the end of the agenda. That's the reason for it.
Any other comments? There's a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. With no further discussion, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The agenda as amended is passed unanimously. This is an opportunity for the audience to address the Board of Trustees. However, I'll remind everybody that other items on the agenda cannot be discussed under audience business at this particular time in the meeting. So therefore, any of the public hearings cannot be discussed. Either can the Liquor License Authority subject matter, but anything else can be discussed by the public at this time. Does anybody wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk?
I'm not seeing anyone's hand raised, sir.
This is the opportunity to speak on any issue. To the Board of Trustees, I'll remind the public. Seeing none, we'll move on.
Mayor Angela, if I may, just so we're 100% clear on this.
Go ahead, sir.
During the liquor license authority, the only issues that will be entertained for comment are issues relating to the liquor license. If you have any other issue you want to speak to the Board of Trustees, now is the time to do it. And those issues will not be entertained during the liquor license authority meeting.
With that clarification from Counselor, is there anybody at this time that would wish to address the Board of Trustees? Seeing none, we'll move on. Boulder County Sheriff's Report, Sergeant Bill Christ.
All right, good evening, everybody. So the first thing I'm going to report on is a recent crime spree that's been going on in Lyons. Over the past week, we've had several vehicles stolen. We've had stolen vehicles recovered in town. We have a ring of people that are going around the county doing this, and they're targeting small neighborhoods, small communities. Lyons fits in perfectly. Along with that, the porch bandits are in full swing. We've taken countless amount of reports right now of stolen packages and things like that leaving town. So I will say this, so it's an ongoing investigation and it's an open case, but we do have a really good lead, and it's linking into some activities that's going on down in the Denver metro area as well. So we've got a couple detectives working it pretty hard. And in lieu of that, last week, in response to this uptick, I went ahead and instituted some extra duty assignments for deputies, basically on a 24/7 watch to come into town and do extra patrol. That's their sole assignment, is to drive the streets of Lyons, keep everybody safe, watch for these people. That is, I've had quite a bit of success filling it with some overtime spots, but not every day is covered, just so you know. So if you're seeing an uptick in sheriff's vehicles just cruising in neighborhoods, that's what we're doing. We're looking close at everybody and everything. Some of the guys that are coming in to work this assignment, they don't know the town as well. They don't know the people in town as well. So, if a sheriff's vehicle pulls in behind you, we're just being extra vigilant. We're hoping that we can, by a show of force, get this group out of our town. So, I worked with Kim and Ariel to send out another e-blast. And I'm just saying it again. If you see it, say something. We've got to receive those phone calls. I know Lyons is a small town and it's a sleepy community, and we all feel very safe in this town, and we should. But crime doesn't discriminate. And all of these things are very much crime of opportunity. And I've said that a lot of times. All the vehicles that were stolen were easy targets. They were either puffing and warming up with the doors unlocked, which is an easy target, or the doors were unlocked and keys were in it. So I can't say enough to lock up your cars, lock up your garages, keep your doors locked. It is a safe community, but crime of opportunity is a big strike for these folks. So please call dispatch if you see something that is out of place, suspicious, even if it's a little bit. We'll come out, we'll investigate it real quick, and hopefully it's just something benign. And if not, then that just helps us build our cases. So the second thing that I have to report on a lighter note is last Wednesday, the sheriff's office assisted Sam Talent and Leaf over at the church doing our annual food drive giveaway. And I'm hoping not stealing anybody else's thunder on staff, but it was a huge turnout, and it was awesome to see the families come up and grab boxes of food and give some holiday cheer. So on a positive note, that was really good for the town. That's all I have tonight.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Thank you, Sergeant Chris. Please stay safe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we'll close the regular Board of Trustees regular meeting and call to order the Liquor License Authority and introduce the matter. I call to order a public hearing of the Liquor Licensing Authority. The authority shall consider the liquor license revocation of the Lion's Den Restaurant and Tap House. We'll now have a presentation by Town Council on procedure.
Excuse me,
Mayor, I believe Trustee Miller would like to speak before we begin.
Trustee Miller.
yes. I am going to recuse myself from this discussion in light of the current events that have been taking place. So I will step away, and somebody want to text me when you guys are done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. Counselor?
Attorney Dittman, did we need a motion to adjourn and enter into the liquor authority?
Sorry, I forgot. Yes, we need a motion to adjourn at the Board of Trustees meeting and then a roll call on the Liquor License Authority. That's a good catch.
My fault on that procedure. I apologize. Do we have a motion first to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting. I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan, Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas.
All right.
Do we have a motion to enter into the Liquor License Authority?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Mayor Angela, I think it's just a, I now call to order the Liquor License
Oh,
Authority.
I can do that with just my gavel.
Yep, and then the clerk will call the roll.
Okay. I call to order a public hearing of the Lions Liquor Licensing Authority. The authority shall consider the liquor license revocation of the Lion's Den Restaurant and Tap House.
I think we need the clerk to call the roll of those present.
Pardon me. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Caravas.
Present.
Okay, Counselor.
And just a note for the record that Trustee Miller has recused herself.
Okay.
And can the clerk actually kick, I don't want to say kick, but remove Trustee Miller from the meeting, and we'll text her when she's back. I see her account is still up. And I think although our rules are not written for the Zoom world, it requires leaving the room. And so I would ask if the clerk could please remove her from the meeting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll now proceed with a brief introduction of the process at this point. It should be familiar to the board from the other revocation hearings we've had recently. First it will be the town's case for revocation, be town staff's case, which will be led by me, the town attorney. After I finish my presentation, the board may ask questions of myself and of town staff. Then the applicant, if he so desires, the licensee, if he so desires, may give a presentation and maybe ask questions following their presentation. And he or she is free to call any witnesses they may have or introduce any evidence they so wish. Following that period, we will then open the meeting up for public comment. And then once the public comment has concluded, the town will have the opportunity to again address the board first rebuttal case, since it is the town's motion for revocation. Once I have finished my rebuttal, the public hearing will be closed. At that point, no further evidence shall be considered on this matter. The board will then have a motion in a second on either revocation or whatever it may choose to act, however it may choose to act. And then, of course, a discussion and a vote, at which point Once we have come to a conclusion on what action is to be taken, the liquor licensing authority will close and will re-enter into the public meeting of the Board of Trustees. And so unless there's any questions on process, I plan to begin the town's case on the liquor license revocation.
Are there any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Brandon,
Yes.
at our last meeting, it was suggested that we put the 15-day suspension in front of this authority because the state came in, raided the place, took the alcohol. State has all that. They wanted time to do their case and do whatever they wanted to do. I haven't heard anything, haven't got anything by email from them. What's the state's process or progress?
So as I think you're aware at this point, from our last meeting, the state has issued a summary suspension at this point. So like the local license, the state license is suspended. However, that state license is not revoked. Today, I heard from LED finally after asking many times what their process was for the revocation hearing. And as I scheduled for the first week in February. And so that's when they will be having their case on final revocation. I'm not sure how they can wait that long. Pursuant to the laws that we're required to follow, we have to do this within 15 days. And so the state may have other options available to them, but that's what we heard back today.
So they raided it. They took the alcohol. They're sitting on their laurels expecting us to do all the work. I don't quite follow that. I don't think that's right. I think we should postpone this with it, whatever way necessary, because the state said they're going to do something. They did. They did half of it. Now they're just sitting there until February. That's not right.
Yeah, I can't comment on the state's thought process on this. If the board would like to postpone this, I think we've still noticed a public hearing. The town staff would still like to proceed. I think we should probably, during the questions for the licensee, the board should ask, the liquor licensing authority should ask the licensee whether he would be amenable to postponing this hearing if he so wishes, or whether he would like a final decision today. Since we did notice it for a final decision on this day.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's the status as far as I know. I can't speak to
No,
why
I understand.
he's waiting so
Thank you
long.
very much for clarifying.
And so where are we in the process, Counselor?
So at this point, there's no further questions. I'd like to proceed on the town's case for revocation.
You may, sir.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Dittman. I'm the town attorney of the town of Lyons. I'm here today to give the case for revocation from town staff's perspective. And to do that, I'd like to call Sergeant Bill Christ to the board's attention. I'd say the stand, but of course we don't have a physical stand in this setting. So, and I see Sergeant.
Good evening. I'm here.
Oh, thank
Good
you,
evening.
Sergeant Christ. Can you please state your name and your position with the town?
Bill Christ, Sergeant with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the town of Lyons as their police chief.
Thank you. Sergeant Chris, can you please briefly describe your investigation into the Lions Den for public health order violations?
Okay, so bear with me on some of the dates as they're getting very
And just a brief description is fine for now.
okay. So an overall summary of the Lions Den is that they've been contacted and warned on numerous occasions for violating the condition read of the Boulder State of Colorado, Boulder County Public Health Pandemic Order. That order is in effect for no inside dining. Alcohol sales cease at 8. Takeout is okay. Outside seating is okay, but you still need to remain 6 feet. Staff must wear masks as well as patrons. That went into effect on November 20th at 5 p.m. On November 19th, Mr. Yarbrough was in municipal court and told by the judge what those orders were going to be. And to make sure he complied, he also received an email from Town Administrator Simonson providing a link to the public health order website or Boulder County Public Health website. Since then, he has.
I stopped you right there, Sergeant Chris, for a second.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I apologize. And so I want to show you a document real quick, if that's
Okay.
okay. It'll show up. Sorry. Apologize for the inconvenience.
That's okay.
In person, of course, this would be much easier to refer to a document. Here we go. Can you see my screen at this point?
Yes.
Yes.
So earlier you mentioned something about a public health order and the restrictions contained therein.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you describe briefly what this document is?
It's an amended public health order 20-36 that was issued November 20th, 2020 by the governor. It indicates that the date affected and the order for the things that I had just described, the order to businesses of what they can and can't do.
And so you mentioned earlier that Mr. Yarborough, the owner of the Lion's Den, was informed of the public health order. Was this the public health order you were referring to?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned earlier some other restrictions contained within this public health order. Can you please describe those again real quickly?
No inside dining, patrons and staff. Outdoor dining was okay, but everybody had to remain 6 feet apart. Restaurants and bars could be open for takeout food. Alcohol sales were okay up until 8 p.m., but then had to cease. And basically no indoor gatherings or dinings was kind of the big thing. And mask being worn was the next big thing.
Thank you. So at this point, I'd ask the clerk to enter this into the evidence of the liquor licensing authority. It was also posted online. All right, thank you. So after the 19th, I believe you said it was, when Mr. Yarborough was made aware of these regulations, can you describe what happened next? You mentioned, just for refresh your recollection, that you were sent via email and told by the municipal judge about these regulations coming into effect.
Yeah. So Mr. Yarborough was advised on the 19th and the 20th on the order that was going to be in effect Friday, November 20th at 5 p.m. That night, the sheriff's office received a complaint that social distancing and public health order violations were occurring at the Lion's Den. Deputies responded and observed multiple people in the restaurant, dining, drinking alcohol, nobody wearing masks, nobody social distancing. At that point in time, he again was warned by our deputies, and my deputies also explained the public health order to him once again. On the 21st, Saturday, we were called back to the Lion's Den for the same issue. My deputy responded and talked to Mr. Yarborough and got a little bit more in the weeds with it, and basically re-explained the order to him. And Mr. Yarborough stated that he understood the order. He wasn't going to follow the order. He felt that it was only a regulation and a guideline, and it didn't pertain to him. My deputy asked that the order be affected and taken care of while he was there. That did not happen, so my deputy left. This occurred again on the 22nd of November. We were called again to the Lion's Den. These were multiple complaints from multiple people all weekend, and it was the same issue that we got called there for. At that point in time, we observed, again, people shooting pool, dining inside, drinking alcohol, nobody wearing masks, social distancing non-existing. And he was issued a summons by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office for the violation of the public health order.
Okay. So at this point, I want to show you another document, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So can you please describe what this document is?
This is the summons and complaint to Mr. Yarborough for the public health order 25-1-116, or I'm sorry, 516, which is a violation of the public health order.
And did your office issue the summons and complaint?
Yes, sir.
And was this summons and complaint done in response to the actions you just described, where after several warnings, the same behavior was being witnessed by one of your deputies? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you one more document real quick.
Okay.
And I would ask the clerk that that document be entered into evidence. It was posted with the agenda. So can you see my screen at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you briefly describe what this document is?
This is our in-house report, documented under case number 20-5160. This is the deputy's complete account of what occurred on the day in question, which would be November 22nd. It describes in the report basically the probable cause he had to issue the summons.
And did your office prepare this document?
Yes, sir.
And this document, I think you kind of described it, but it describes the narrative by which the summons and complaint was issued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the clerk to enter this document into evidence that was provided with the agenda. So after the summons and complaint was issued by your office, what happened next?
After that, I had directed my deputies to go back to what we had been doing, which was observing and documenting continued complaints and violations at the line. Boulder County Public Health actually came in that week and also observed continued violations of the public health order and issued Mr. Yarbrough another summons and complaint for failure to comply on the public health order. I don't know exactly what date that was, but it was the week of the 23rd of November.
Thank you. Was Liquor License Authority on the state side, LED, ever involved in this matter?
Not. Can you clarify at what time are you?
So following Boulder County issuing its public health order violation notice of violation, did LED, the Liquor Enforcement Division of the state, become involved in investigating this matter?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did, because there was still ongoing reports and complaints of the service of alcohol. The state had issued, the state was aware of the public health order violations and the fact that the town of Lyons had issued a summary suspension of the liquor license.
And did the state LED conduct its own investigation into the violations after that?
Yes, they did. So on December 3rd, some investigators came up to the Lion's Den restaurant, entered inside, sat down for approximately 35 minutes. They were served food and alcohol. They ended up doing a report on their own with photos and videos and their documentation of what they witnessed as far as violations that day.
Okay, I'm going to refer you to another document.
Okay.
Can you see my screen at this point?
Yes.
And do you know, can you briefly describe what this document is, Sergeant Christ?
Yeah, it is a Liquor Enforcement Division case report under case number 21-0362. It is detailing the case summary. It is talking about the statutes and the violations. It talks about on December 3rd, investigators conducted the undercover operation at the Lion's Den, and it also details what they observed in the restaurant. Specifically, they were served food, and it looks like a couple Coors Lights in bottles. And they also observed that the employees and patrons were not wearing any face coverings.
And was your department involved in this investigation in some way?
The only way we were involved in this is just as additional support. My deputies did not go into the lion's den. They were staged and ready just in case something were to happen to the undercover investigators.
But you were aware of this, they were doing this investigation and are familiar with this report?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And so does this report in any way conclude that violations of the public health order had happened? You kind of mentioned
Yes.
some of the activities that happened.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So after the State Liquor Enforcement Division conducted this investigation, what happened next?
So on December 5th, the state came in and they did a warrant and a seizure of the alcohol that was on the premises at the Lion's Den.
And was your office in any way involved in that operation?
So again, we were only involved in that operation as a support role. Our objective there was to keep the peace. A lot of times when there's situations like this, you never know what you're going to get. So our job was to provide security for the state agents that went in to conduct business, and again, just to keep the peace.
Thank you. And so since the Liquor Enforcement Division performed that operation, and then I think you're familiar with the town suspending the liquor license 2 weeks ago, has the sheriff's office observed any other conduct as in violation of the public health order?
Yes, we observe basically almost on a daily basis, except for when the restaurant's closed. Patrons going in and out. I receive continuous intel from folks that there is continued alcohol service. Patrons inside. My deputies have provided supplements to several case reports on file with the sheriff's office indicating any continued actual complaints and then just observations as they see it.
Has Boulder County Public Health taken any further action since the notice of violation that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, Boulder County Public Health has since issued a temporary restraining order that Mr. Yarbrough was served, I believe, on the 18th. So yes, he was served that, which is basically an order from the courts, specifically that he must comply with the public health order.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you still see my screen?
I can.
Did you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe what this document is?
It's what I had just talked about. It's from the Boulder County Public Health and County Court. It's an emergency complaint for injunctive relief, including a temporary restraining order, which lists the defendants as the Lion's Den and Tap House and Mr. Randall Yarbrough as the defendant. And again, this is a direct order from the courts that he must comply with the public health order.
I think this is the complaint that was filed by Boulder County, but I think you're right that an order was eventually issued.
Correct.
Yeah. Did you assist in any way Boulder County in the investigation, Boulder County Public Health investigation of these violations, alleged violations?
We assisted basically on the fact that Boulder County was able to utilize the reports, all the documentation that we have compiled for the ongoing violation. So they were able to use that information to help substantiate their case. They also sent in, I believe, their own investigators to observe continued violations.
Thank you. And I would ask the clerk enter that complaint into evidence as well. So this time, Sergeant Chris, I have no further questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to call Town Administrator Victoria Simonson.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name and your role at the town?
Victoria Simonson, Town Administrator for the Town of Lyons.
Thank you. Have you been in communication with Boulder County regarding the alleged violations of the public health order?
We've been in touch only in regard to the number of calls that have been received, and I'm on a bi-weekly call with the county regarding COVID cases, updates, and enforcement, and I've heard them mentioned in that area.
And has Boulder County shared documents with the town regarding violations of public health?
We did receive a copy of the notice of violation that you had on the screen earlier after requesting it.
And so this document right here, do you recognize it?
I do recognize it.
And what is this document?
This is an order from the Public Health Department telling them that they need to cease and desist their current practices that were violating the public health order.
And can you describe some of the violations that Boulder County found and that were shared with the town?
Sure. The failure to have their employees and their patrons wearing face coverings, permitting dining indoors when it is prohibited, and serving food and alcohol indoors as well.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you. So at this point, I think the town has presented its case on liquor license revocation, at least its initial case. We believe that sufficient evidence exists to revoke the license for violation of the public health order pursuant to the town code and the state liquor enforcement code. All regulations, state and local lawful orders must be followed, including public health orders specifically pursuant to the state liquor code. And so at this point, I think we would ask for any questions you have of town staff before we proceed on to the applicant's, the licensee's presentation.
Mayor, your microphone was muted.
Are there any questions for staff by any members of the Board of Trustees? In that case, seeing none, we'll have a presentation by the Lions Den, if they so choose.
Yes, sir. Mayor Angelo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Randall Yarborough, address 160 East Main Street, Lyons.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, dating back to November 19th, when I was in court for a separate issue, I was reminded by Judge Brown of the new health orders taking place on the 20th at 5 p.m. However, on the 20th, I was not notified from the town. No document was served, emailed, or nothing like that. So that's a false statement. Moving forward to the 25th, again, no document received by me from town administrator or the town, nor was it sent by email. Those are the only two facts that I really have. Again, as one of the trustees mentioned earlier, I had a Zoom meeting today that all it resulted in was to schedule a new hearing date, which is correct. It's the first week of February. It's actually February 3rd and 4th and could be pushed even a day or two longer if needed. So at this time, well, and I have, there's another hearing, Zoom hearing tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. and that is for the temporary injunction and the restraining order. Beyond that, we have not been open for business. If there's been complaints or calls about people coming and going inside my establishment since you guys revoked my business license, that is correct. That is staff, that's my wife, that's my daughter, that's me. People helping out in various ways. You know, we still occupy the building. So there is going to be people coming and going. But mainly it's been 4 to 5 people sitting at the bar doing paperwork on laptops. So if that's what's being witnessed, yes, that is correct. But no business is being done. And that's a fact. At this time, you know, I would ask the town board to postpone this a revocation or, you know, thought of revocation or continued suspension until the state, until we have our meeting or hearing with the state. And maybe then we can reconvene and you know, with the town possible revocation. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Yarborough by the board at this time? I have one. Mr. Yarborough, it's been brought to my attention that after your alcohol was taken away, that additional alcohol was purchased from a merchant very close to your establishment and taken into your establishment and consumed. Is that true?
That is true.
I appreciate your honesty, sir.
We weren't selling it though. Nothing was being sold. That was for consumption by me. My wife, I'm free to drink a alcoholic beverage on my private property, I do believe.
Okay, I appreciate your answer, sir.
No problem.
Now is the time, if there are no further questions, for public comment. Please limit your public comment to the liquor license revocation. Are there any public comments at this time? Madam Clerk, please help me identify anybody that may wish to speak.
Sir, there's a Lauren Sims with her hand raised.
Lauren Sims, please state your name and address for the record, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. My name is Lauren Sims, and I live at 809 Fifth Avenue. I have been a resident of Lyons, Colorado for 24 years, and I just would like to start off by thanking the town of Lyons and the Board of Trustees and the mayor for taking the time to listen to me. This town has always been a place of community and neighbors looking out for one another. It's one of the many things that makes Lyons great. After watching the last Board of Trustees meeting with the issues concerning the Lyons Den, I felt compelled to speak up. What stuck out to me the most was the argument, if you don't like what the Lyons Den is doing and are scared of COVID, just stay home. While I understand this position and respect a person's right to choose, we need to look at the bigger picture here. It is imperative that we think of our friends and neighbors that don't have the luxury of choice. Our nurses, doctors, teachers, grocery store clerks, and delivery drivers. The list goes on. These people do not have the choice to just stay home. Every day they are risking their lives to go to work. It is important for us to think of others and how we can protect everyone during this pandemic. When you make the conscious decision to leave your house, not wear a mask, and not social distance, you are inadvertently putting people at risk. If you end up in the hospital because of these choices, the people you disrespected are going to be the ones taking care of you and potentially saving your life. This disease wreaks havoc on the bodies of all people, young and old. I believe that we should care about other people and not get so caught up in the American freedoms. It is your freedom, but where is the line when it impinges on my freedom and puts people I care about at risk? This pandemic is hopefully once in a lifetime situation, and the only way we are going to make it through this is together. The only way this is ever going to end is to stop thinking of it as a political issue and start thinking of it as a global health crisis. In the midst of crises is where people come together and take care of each other. Let's think of the people who are putting themselves on the line each and every day to keep us healthy, safe, and fed. America is a nation built on individualism, but in Lions, there has always been a sense of community where you look out for others and they look out for you. I urge Mr. Yarborough and the people of Lions Den to think about the ramifications of their actions and what your actions have on others. Everyone has to get creative this year, and I know that the town of Lions will do their best to support you if you can comply with the laws that are in place because of COVID. Now is a time to band together and support one another, even if that is from a distance.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the board at this time? Madam Clerk, do you have any emails or other correspondence to enter into the record?
I sure don't, sir. I didn't receive anything, and I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you briefly describe how to raise your hand just in case people who aren't familiar with our processes are unfamiliar with how to do so?
There is, if you look on the bottom of the screen, there's a button that says reactions. If you click on there, there'll be a hand, and you can raise your hand there, I believe. My screen's a little bit different because I'm hosting it, but I believe that is where it is at. And then I see the little hand raised.
So if anybody wants to comment, please click either the clap or the thumbs up sign or something like that to identify you'd like to speak at this time.
Madam Clerk, you still see nobody?
No, sir, there's no hands raised.
Okay. Attorney Dibman?
Thank you, Mary Angelo. Regulation 471102 of the Colorado State Liquor Code requires compliance with public health orders. The town believes it's presented enough evidence here tonight to show that the Lions Den and Mr. Yarborough have not complied with the public health orders. They've given multiple opportunities to do so and have continued to violate the public health orders that are a lawful order under state law. I understand that Mr. Yarborough may disagree with the public health orders. However, it's the town's position that until they're declared unconstitutional or invalid, they are lawful orders and must be followed. We believe that sufficient evidence has been presented here tonight to sustain the grounds of revocation based on violation of 471102 of the State Liquor Code. If the board so chooses to continue this hearing until February, perhaps, we would ask that the suspension remain in place during that time with the consent of Mr. Yarborough. If the continuance is granted, it sounds like based on his testimony here tonight that he is willing to continue this hearing, but the town still believes sufficient evidence for revocation does exist if it would like to make a final decision here tonight. And that's all I have.
I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Trustee Carovich?
I move to continue this hearing or this hearing of the Liquor Authority until after February hearings conducted by the state of Colorado.
So we'll need a date certain. So I would recommend some sort of date in February.
Well, let me pull a calendar up and I'll throw one at you.
So the 15th and the 1st of the board meetings in February.
The 15th is President's Day. Are we meeting on President's Day?
Probably not.
How about February 16th, 2021? As a date certain.
Do we have a second?
I'll second for purposes of discussion. I have some questions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Uh,
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I guess I have a question first. If we, I guess, a couple of questions. First, would we be continuing the hearing or would we be continuing our action following the public hearing? In other words, if we take this up again on the 16th, do we go through the whole process again? Or where do we start?
It's a good question. I think because of the property rights at stake here, that a full hearing would be required.
So we'd go through the whole presentation of evidence again, the same procedure we did tonight.
Correct, including any new evidence that may be available at that time.
And what would be the status of the suspension? Would it automatically stay in place? And
So the suspension does expire, I believe 15 days from the original date of notice. And so I think a portion of the board's decision here tonight would be to continue that suspension as well, up until the hearing can be continued.
do we have the authority to do that?
I believe we do with the consent of the licensee. Just as the licensee can consent to a continuance.
So, I mean, I guess then my next question is, does the licensee consent? I'm not sure that we have that consent on the record.
And I think staff's position should be a condition of the continuance is the continued suspension.
How does, but if he doesn't have a business license, it really doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, I mean, from the town's perspective, any selling of anything, whether it be alcohol or, food, is a violation of town code at this point.
Correct.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not here on the business license right now. We're here on only on the liquor license, and so I guess I'm not clear on whether the licensee has consented to the suspension remaining in place until mid-February.
I think just the respective legal advice to town, another option may be, since the state license is suspended, is that the suspension is still essentially in place at this point, even if the local suspension expires. And then so that'd be another option to consider as well. That we wouldn't need to continue the suspension because the state license is already suspended.
Counselor, you cut out when you were explaining the expiration of the action that we took at the last meeting. Could you reiterate that for me, please?
Yes, Mayor Angela. So the suspension we enacted, the board enacted, I should say, the liquor license authority, the last meeting was for 15 days. So that a hearing may be held. That went into effect the day after the board meeting. And so it was 15 days from that point. And so I'm looking at the calendar for December. It went into effect on the 8th, which means it is valid till the 23rd.
Okay.
At that point, it will expire. And so some further action by the board would be necessary to effectuate that suspension any longer. And I think the board has a couple options there. One, they can ask for consent of the licensee as a condition of continuing this meeting, that it be suspended until the local licensing hearing can be held. Or the board can just let it expire, knowing that one, the business license is revoked, and two, the state continues to suspend the state license. You need both a state license and a local license as well as the business license in order to serve alcohol in the town of Lyons. So hopefully that's clear as mud.
Okay.
Third, Trustee Rogan has her hand raised.
Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Attorney Dittman. Is it possible to now ask Mr. Yarborough if he would consent to the suspension continuing until that date certain?
It is with the mayor's permission.
Mr. Yarborough?
I have no problem with the continuance. Like you said, or like Attorney Goodman said, it's going to expire in 2 days anyway, but without a business license, I'm kind of dead in the water, so continuance is fine with me till after the state.
And does that include the continued suspension of the liquor license as well?
Yes, that's what we were talking about. Yes.
Okay.
Does that satisfy your question? Are there any further questions? We had a motion and a second, as stated. If there's no further discussion, go ahead.
I think I would request, this from a legal perspective, given what has been discussed here, that there be an amendment saying that the suspension will also continue until whatever date we decided upon, the 16th, I believe, of February.
It's February 16th, 2021.
Trustee Caravas?
Go ahead, as you stated the amendment. I'll add an amendment to my own motion that stays until that date.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yeah, I would second that amendment to condition the continuance upon the continued suspension of the liquor license.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Of the amendment first, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Trustee Waugh, you're muted.
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
The motion, the amendment passes 5-1 to 5. Excuse me, 5-1. Now we'll vote on the original motion as amended.
Unless there's any discussion on the.
Is there any further discussion? Is there? Trustee Caravas? No?
No.
Okay. If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-1. Now we need a motion to adjourn as the liquor license authority.
Mayor Angelo, looks like Trustee Browning or Mayor Pro Tem Browning has his hand raised.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to move that we adjourn as the Lyons Liquor Licensing Authority and reconvene as the town board.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
We are now reconvened.
And I'm going to let Trustee Miller back into the meeting now.
Okay. That sounds like a good deal.
What happens if we ever vote no not to go back in?
We go home. Is Trustee Miller back yet?
I see Trustee Miller in the meeting room, but I don't see her here.
Yeah.
So may need to text her.
I just did.
Oh, there she is.
Welcome back, Trustee Miller.
So at this point, I think we need a roll call for the Board of Trustees since we
Yes, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Well, now is the opportunity for trustee reports. Let's see, Trustee Caravas, and I will thank you for your wonderful article. I thought it was a great, great article on the UEB and what the UEB elves do for us. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I don't have much of a report because I missed the last meeting. I was in a business transaction and completely spaced it. So just to say right in the article, I know there's limits on Susan's amount or on words. And I still had bullet points of what's been going on the last 15 months. The UEB members, like other boards and commissions, members really work hard and do a lot and are in a lot of things and really appreciate what they do, and they're a fun bunch to work with. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Trustee Lowell.
Not much here. The Ecology Board met last Tuesday, the 15th. There was a big discussion on the comprehensive plan. Jocelyn Farrell was present, and we addressed some concerns with her about the ecological aspects of the comp plan. And the Ecology Board is going to go before the PCDC to present their concerns to the PCDC. Aside from that, there was discussion on the community garden. Looks like the old Christmas house site might be a candidate for a community garden, but that's still up in the air. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I've got several things. Number one, I wanted to remind the board that we still need an additional volunteer from among the board members to serve on the board staff relations advisory committee, which we created, and that committee needs 2 trustees to function, and Trustee Rogan has volunteered to serve on that. And as drafted, neither the mayor nor the mayor pro tem would serve on that committee. I'd also, if someone would consider volunteering, that's necessary to get that committee formed. And I'd remind everybody the hope for that committee is that it never has to meet. It would only meet when needed, but for it to be able to meet if needed, I guess there are 4 other potential volunteers. And so I'd ask everybody to think about that and consider contacting the mayor if you're willing to serve in that capacity. Second, Parks and Recreation Commission met last Monday, the 14th. They discussed with staff and the flood recovery coordinator details of how the trails through Bone Park could be safely done around the 2nd Avenue Bridge construction with some maybe additional signage and fencing. I think the staff is proceeding to try to implement that. They also had a discussion about potential uses of the 10-acre property south of the dog park. And one idea kicked around was whether that would make a good Frisbee golf site. The consensus was that it would not, because there are no trees, it's flat, and there's probably not enough area for it. And it didn't think that it would do very well for that purpose. But a PRC member suggested possibly exploring turning that property into a either children's or adult beginners level mountain bike course. Not on the scale of the Valmont Bike Park in Boulder, but kind of a lion-sized version of that. And they thought that that would be a compatible use to the nearby Howell Ranch trails, which are used by a lot of mountain bikers. And maybe this would be a place for kids and beginning riders to try it with nothing fancy, nothing expensive, but to put in some rolls and the loops and that kind of thing, but also preserving the existing pedestrian use of that property. So Parks Director Cosgrove was going to look into that, I believe. Two other items real quickly. I had asked for staff to report back at some point on tax compliance by food trucks or temporary restaurants in town. And this is just a reminder that that's something that I think we need to stay on top of. I hope everybody's complying, and they may well be. And then lastly, I guess I could do this in future agenda items, but that's way down the list, and I might forget about it by that time. But by the time it gets that late, but I would like to put on a future agenda a board resolution that would request, basically not demand, but request that the Colorado Department of Transportation make reasonable efforts to incorporate some type of a hike and bike trail connection between the town's trails and Hall Ranch as a part of the CDOT's plans that are underway for Highway 7. I know the staff has already discussed that, but I think putting a board resolution, an official board resolution on the table for that might give it some further attention. So I'd like to put that as a future agenda item. And that's all I have.
Trustee Wong.
Hello, and thank you. The only update that I have is from the PCDC. We are scheduled to have a workshop with the PCDC, I believe, on January 4th. The primary issue is the DOLA grant that we were hoping to get to fund approximately 50% of the comprehensive plan in 2021. We were not awarded that. The funds from DOLA focused on pandemic and fire-related issues as a majority of their funding. The PCDC and the Comprehensive Plan Subcommittee have been in discussion on several instances, both in committee as well as at the public meeting. And we'll come on the meeting on the 4th of January to present some options and some potential ways that we can continue to keep the comprehensive plan on target. So I'd like to ask the board members to be thinking about what some of their priorities are. This could include splitting some of the work between 2021 and 2022, or perhaps cutting out some of the sections. As you may remember, we added transportation kind of late to the process. So there will be multiple options there that the PCDC and the Comprehensive Plan Subcommittee will present at the meeting at the 4th. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to either Commissioner Farrell or myself, and we'd be happy to provide you with additional information. But we do, I believe, have a workshop scheduled for January 4th, and this will be a topic that will be discussed at that meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. So the EVC met, and we are looking for a new chair. Kay stepped away. We're also recruiting. So the EVC was thinking that it would be great to have a restaurant owner on that commission. And so if anybody knows anybody who can be voluntold to be on the EVC, that would be great. We also talked about working together with the LAHC on some projects. And then finally, I was asked by a resident about a trail, and I didn't know the answer. So I'm going to ask staff if, maybe not tonight, but at some point. There's a trail that goes from the top of the cemetery all the way up and around and down on Stickney. I think Stickney or Second, up at the top. And it's been used for a long time as a social trail, and suddenly there were no trespassing signs that popped up. And so people are a bit confused about whether that's actually private land or not. And so some clarity, I think, would be really welcome by the hikers and dog walkers and folks. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Trustee Miller?
You will be getting a in-depth discussion or update from the Housing and Human Services Commission here in just a little bit. And as far as the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, I did miss that meeting this month, but I do have the minutes here, and they talked a lot about, the projects that they were going to start working on or wanted to work on. The Hearts of Lions pieces, just moving forward with some more public art. There was a big bear, I think, that was mentioned, the Anita Miller sculpture with the bear and the boy. At the Lions Library that was placed, which is really cool. I don't really see anything on here. They did pay for the Santa coming through the town with Deacon Hawk on there. That was cool for everybody to see, although I did hear comments that the Santa went by very quickly. That's kind of funny. Besides that, that's all I've got.
Thank you. That's funny. Participated in, I think it was about 8-hour selection process for the new fire chief. It was quite interesting. What was interesting is that 6 people could be so close in grading each of the applicants. It was fascinating from a mathematical standpoint. Let me just put it that way. I think that there are a couple of outstanding candidates, and I'm looking forward to the process being completed in the next week and having the new chief on board sometime in February, hopefully. The Student Advisory Committee met. It's one of my favorite meetings. Brandon, if you could do me a favor, because I can never explain it to him correctly. If you could just give them a short synopsis of the 16-year-old voting age issue that they continually bring up, and how the impact of that ballot question that you mentioned to us might make a difference, and send it either to me, or you could send it to Charlie Gao, G-A-U.
Yep.
He's the chair of the committee. I think that they would appreciate having an astute observation of that particular legislation and how it might affect the capability of lowering the voting age. Could you please do that for me?
Be happy to. I have Charlie's email, so I'll copy you both.
Thank you, sir. They asked about, again, additional no smoking signs at the skate park. I've wanted to mention this to him, and then after taking my illustrious fall this week, it came to my mind again. Are we ever going to give any consideration or thought to helmets at the skate park. It's concrete. It's concrete. And if one of those kids falls and hits their head, that could be tragic. So, I mean, I know that there could be a waiver process, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a tragedy not happening if we take positive steps to prevent it.
Dude, I have an idea.
Trustee Miller, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead. You've been recognized. Go ahead. Trustee Miller? You may
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. They were, as I imagine they would be, in favor of forming a committee that will communicate with CEMEX in regard to their position on the environment. I knew that they would be interested in that, and they were. Mayor Sullivan, at the end of the meeting, and I had to leave, I had another meeting, but Charlie let me know the idea she came up with, which I think is spectacular, of having Sergeant Christ and his deputies start a communication with the police department. And interestingly enough, one of the candidates for the fire chief had also instituted a program like that in the last city he was in with the fire department. And I think that both of those ideas are excellent. I talked to Sergeant Christ about it. He thought they were excellent. Next was the Sustainability Futures Committee meeting. There was a gentleman from PACE, Partners for a Clean Environment, that made a presentation of many different programs that small businesses could apply for, which I thought was wonderful. They're going to be preparing for Trustee Lowell, the report that he requested. We talked about the waste diversion events in regard to grants, water savings, the UEB solar farm. There was a discussion on the leaf collection, 4.3 tons. Lions volunteers, town staff, and SFC members participated in that. There was a report on the Boulder County compost facility and where it was to be built. And interestingly enough, not surprisingly, but they also voted unanimously to participate with at least 2 members in the on the CEMEX panel. So I was very pleased about that, because I'd like to pursue that with the board's permission in the future. Then I'd just like to mention one thing, because I think she's still on the line, and I think it's a fantastic idea that Laura Levy came up with, and that's to extend the lighting well into the new year, just to uplift everybody's spirits. I think that that's just a wonderful idea. I hope it doesn't cost too much, and I hope we can do it. That's it for me. It was a busy week. Moving on to boards and commission, HHSC update.
I'm Crystal White, and I'm the co-chair of the Housing and Human Services Commission. We met last Monday, talked about everything from the 4th Avenue pedestrian bridge to affordable housing.
You're breaking up a little bit, Crystal.
Sorry.
Crystal, I'm wondering if you might get better reception in the open area outside of that room you're in.
One thing they wanted to say was thank you for approving the Summit Housing Project after 7 long years. Might me.
Can you call Crystal and let her know that we cannot hear her?
Looking at the background, she's in a room that does not have good reception. And I think I'll just walk back there and see if we can have her move.
Oh, is she here?
Yeah, she's in the bunker at Town Hall.
Okay, all right. I'll make the mayoral appointments and then we'll come back to her report. Is that okay with everybody? Regan Bullers to the Housing and Human Services Commission. And with great pleasure, Asa Firestone to the Economic Vitality Commission. And I'm very excited about that appointment because he is a incredibly astute business person. I think he's going to add a lot to the commission. And I was very excited that he was willing to serve the town. We'll wait for Crystal to come back online.
Yeah, I just moved rooms.
Okay, Crystal, you may go ahead. You have to unmute. Okay. Crystal, can you hear me?
Yeah. I was.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. There. How's that? How does this, Mayor Angelo?
That sounds better. Let's
hear you.
Continue. Go ahead.
Turn my volume up.
We can't hear you, Crystal.
How's this?
We cannot hear you, Crystal.
Can you hear me now or see me?
Well, we can see you and we can hear you on and off.
Trustee Caravas, would you mind if she's in the room behind you? Could she come sit in front of your camera?
My phone too.
We're going to have you come into the boardroom and give your report, Crystal.
So turn off your computer to save bandwidth. Yeah.
I turn my. We talked about everything Monday in our meeting from the 4th Avenue Bridge to the Summit Housing. I've got it on.
You're on
It's
mute.
gotta be not letting me change.
You're on
my-
mute. Go ahead.
All right, Crystal, we're ready for your report.
What I was saying is that Monday when we were meeting, we talked about everything.
Let me put my
from
mask on.
Fourth Avenue Bridge to the Summit Housing. Sorry. The first thing they said was to tell you guys, thank you for finally moving forward on Summit after 7 long years. I got to think what else they talked about because I accidentally deleted my notes. I know I have some of them, but I deleted the rest of them on accident.
Mayor, she can always send them to me and I
Let me see if I can pull
as a
them up.
record.
You can pull them up, what the Laura said you can send them to her.
And let me see if I can pull them up on my email.
Maybe I can help out a little bit with some of the things we've been working on this year anyway. Of course, has been transportation.
If I can
We
find
did
it.
just hear from Boulder County that they were going to give us $40,000 this year instead of 25, due to the buses not running on a regular basis up here. And so that will be used for Z-Trip stuff, which is exciting. We had $25,000 this year. And so next year we'll have $15,000 more, which is nice. And that will be
It's taken me a
also,
minute. I have so many.
yeah, it'll be, and it's in the consent agenda tonight for that.
I emailed it to myself.
Okay. You move on, Crystal. Sorry. Then you move on finance.
Yeah.
Finance report.
We can report at the next meeting, Crystal.
Can't find my email.
Moving on, financial update.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay, I'm here to do the finance update for the month of November. So I want to start out with sales tax. So if we look at sales tax compared to where we were at in 2019 at the same time of year, we are down about 4.10%. It's about $44,000. Just a reminder, 2019 was like a spectacular sales tax year, where our budget was 1.160 $1,000. And we actually exceeded that budget amount in 2019 by $158,000. So, I mean, we had a really spectacular 2019. When we did our budget for 2020, we actually, we didn't know the ending number for 2019 at that point. So we did a 5% increase to that budget number for our 2020 budget. So all things considered, and looking at our projections to get us to the end of the year, we still have an estimated 10% reduction that we're looking at for November, and we're looking at a 25% reduction for December. And even if those come to fruition, we are still not going to be horribly down like we had anticipated at the beginning of the year. At the beginning of the year, we did not have any clue of what was going to happen this year. So we will be down a little bit. Overall, it's about 3.2% is what we're projecting. So that's good news. So also I wanted to highlight in the finance report, there is in the consent agenda a budget adjustment that will need to be done for the water wastewater fund. The water wastewater fund has or will exceed the budget by the end of the year. And that's going to be due to some pretty large capital items which needed to be done. This was something that we had talked about a little bit earlier in the year, and the board was okay with doing these. We did get some additional revenue. We got $70,000 for some water shares, and we did get some additional money from leasing of water. So about 18,000 there. The projects that we did complete that have been paid for and we need to do this budget adjustment for them is we have $82,000, which we used to purchase water. So that was awesome. We did have some issues with the wastewater treatment plant and the centrifuge and the additional hauling costs, which gave us an additional $60,000 that we'll need to finish that out. We did also have an influent pump, which it was required to be replaced. That was around 16,000. We had a safety inspection of the Apple Valley water tank, sorry, for 14,000. The flood reconstruction of the waterways, we did a water line replacement under there because it was expedient to do it at the time and cost effective. It was $75,000. And we have some ongoing projects that carried over from last year. So overall, we're looking at a change in net position of about $256,000 that we'll need to increase that budget by. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions for Finance Director Johnson?
I have one.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Trustee.
I was looking through and maybe I missed it. Is there a breakdown of tax revenue by local versus national retailers or town businesses located outside of Lyons?
So I had actually done an analysis of that. I had given it to Administrator Simonson for her review. I haven't gotten that back yet to be able to forward that to the board, but I would be happy to do that. It does show it's outside of town, not just outside of Colorado, but outside of town versus inside of town, and how it's changed over the last year.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that I think we should definitely take a look at, and we should be aware of that breakdown. So I look forward to receiving that.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? Thank you, Finance Director Johnson.
Thank you, and happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays to you as well. Utility update.
Hello, Mayor and trustees. So I have a few parts to my update. We're going to add in some additional utilities in addition to the wastewater. Going through the wastewater report, most of the information was there. There was one additional expense that just came in, got finished yesterday, that a significant wastewater expense. We had the HVAC system, the heating and cooling system, that broke down. Actually, a piece of it flew off its wheel and busted apart quite a bit inside the HVAC system, but that was a $7,000 expense. I think Director, I think that's been included in the adjustments, but wasn't sure. It was one that just came in. So I just wanted to point that out. I thought I would go ahead and maybe go by questions after each section, just to see if anyone had questions on an individual one, like the wastewater treatment facility report. And so if not, looking around, looks like there's not. we'll move on to an update on the electric system. So I wanted to give some information on that. We haven't talked too much, at least not from a larger report perspective. Switch over. So one of those was on the new electric meters. That was something that was approved back the end of last year with the previous board. I think we've had some minor discussions and talks on that, in particular with regards to COVID, but that is moving along. We have the infrastructure probably about 75% in place. One of the exciting news that I got was that the water meters, probably about 90% of them, almost 1,000, automatically join the system from the infrastructure we currently had. One of the benefits of going with the company that we were already had for water meters. So just today we had someone have to go out to do a read of the final bill. And I went and looked it up and it was in the system. And then the guys went out and checked and it matched. So that's sort of a bonus that we're already going to be able to take advantage of. Hopefully we'll get the mass meter switch out come in the end of January, early February, and see how that goes for us. The undergrounding of the electric lines on 2nd Avenue is still the big project for capital improvements. Moving along, that's really determined by the pace of the 2nd Avenue bridge. They were hoping to have that done up to the bridge by the end of the year, but then there have been some changes in the 2nd Avenue bridge project. In particular, some of the utilities on the northern side that are getting shifted, or we're looking at some new design. And so that's held up moving forward with getting that finalized. Then a new one was we were talking to an entity that was interested in some development on a piece of property or 2 pieces of property. One was served by Poudre Valley REA and one served by the town. And so it was discussed how that would be handled. And in that discussion, it came to light that we could be looking at requesting properties that have annexed into town and are currently serviced by a co-op electric utility. This is slightly different than just having a for-profit electric utility, but there are Colorado statutes that specifically discuss the interaction of a cooperative utility and a municipality where properties annex into town. So we are looking into that. And then the final one was some, not discussion, but I guess definition of where the town controls or is responsible for the service lines and where a customer is responsible for the service lines. If you look at some of the code for the water lines and for the sewer pipes, it does define what the customer is responsible for, but in the electric utility code, there is no specific definition. So the UEB had put together some modifications to that code that they thought would help define so that people would be aware of what was their responsibility. In particular, it starts to point out if there are trees or known liabilities that come down and take out the service lines, that is the customer's responsibility. They are supposed to maintain or at least contact the town to see about having work done if there are trees in the lines or things like that. So staff wanted to find out if you wanted me to bring forward an ordinance to implement the code that was presented in the packet. So I would ask if there were any questions on that. And the final subject was part of the electric utility and maybe a little bit separate, and that was dealing with streetlights. As some of you may have heard, we had some discussion on the streetlights. We had a couple of streetlights that were out, or more importantly, that people had called in or emailed in about the streetlights being out and getting them replaced. And of course, putting in new lights brings up the controversy that some residents would prefer not to have the lights and some residents would prefer to have it. It also brings up some of the bigger discussion on an overall policy on streetlights. So the UEB did take up that topic. They had discussed it in previous years and had put together a policy that would allow residents to have some input on that. And in addition to that, they did feel that it was something that there should be a larger lighting policy that was looked into, maybe something along the lines of what was done on Main Street, but it would be different. You couldn't use that as is because Main Street has different qualifications or different needs than you would in residential areas. But the UEB was willing to look into that and take on a larger policy that dealt with the aesthetics, that dealt with the actual hardware, that dealt with a little bit more than just the lighting. It is important to note that the new lights that we put in, the LED lights, which are brighter, even though they don't have as much output of power, these lights are dimmable, but the town does not yet have the infrastructure to do the dimming. And that is something that was previously talked about when we went out to bid for the electric meters, that's a module that all the providers can usually put in. And so our provider does have that option, and we could get the module that would allow us to start dimming, turning lights off and on at certain times. In watching some of the presentation, you could turn lights up if requested by fire or the police, and turn them off at certain hours. But right now, the town doesn't have that capability. The lights can't be controlled. So when we get them, they come basically at full blast, and you need this system to try to dim them back down. I did just get a proposal for that, so it would be something to look into for next year. I can bring to the board what that proposal is. And then in addition to that, there's the municipal code changes that the UEB put together that were also presented in the packet. So when it comes time for direction to staff, it would be a request to find out if you wanted staff to bring forward that policy also as an ordinance. And that's my updates for the utilities.
Are there any questions for Aaron at this time? Trustee Rogan.
Yep, thanks, Aaron. So I know there were some residents on 3rd near the cemetery that were saying that the lights were super duper bright and shining in their houses. Were those issues taken care of? Like, I think somebody was talking about maybe even painting some part of the bulb so that it didn't shine right on their houses. Did you hear anything?
So there
about
wasn't
that?
anything done yet. I wanted to find out more what the board felt in particular, where we're going to have opinions that are, difference of opinion from the public, how we move forward on that.
Okay.
That is one option to try to do that. But if we got the dimmable option, I don't know that we'd be able to unpaint the light. So that's one concern. But no, nothing has been done yet until I heard more from the trustees on if we wanted to move forward with an overall policy or handle them one-on-one.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Well, I think one of the things being requested here is feedback from the board on the policy, and I'm certainly in favor of a policy that allows for residents' input and not just the town deciding what's good for residents. Having said that, I think what Utilities Director Kaplan says is accurate. I think when you ask for residents' input, I think the input in many cases is likely to be inconsistent. But at least having some sort of policy that says how close does a residence need to be to a light to be able to be heard? Can somebody in the next block, does their opinion count the same as somebody whose property directly abuts the light, that type of thing? So I'm in favor of trying to have some sort of policy and not just an ad hoc request by request, because it puts the staff in an untenable position when one resident calls up and says, this new light's too bright, please dim it, or if we get that capability, or please turn it off. And as soon as they do that, the neighbor on the other side says, I'm outside a lot. I really like that bright light. So I think we need to have a set of guidelines to follow that will let residents know who gets to say and how does the town evaluate these things. Just responding email by email and phone call by phone calls, that's not workable. And I guess I have two comments or questions about the draft of the policy. Is number one, the comment would be in the draft in sections B, C, and D. In each of those sections, a consideration needs to be added, cost to the town. That's not mentioned, but whatever options we do in determining turning on, turning off street lights, handling requests and everything, how much it's going to cost the town to do that is something we need to take into consideration. And the other comment there that I guess would be a request to the utilities director and the UEB and the town attorney would be, does this have to go in the code? Can the town approve a policy without putting it as an ordinance? Because it's a lot harder to amend things once they're stuck in the code than if they're just the town. If the board, for example, gave the authority to town staff or to itself to create a policy, then it could be changed without having to amend the code every time, because something tells me whatever policy we adopt is going to need to be changed from time to time. That's what happens with most things we adopt. So to the extent it's possible to do this without codifying everything, I think that's advisable.
Counselor, do you have an opinion on that?
I do, in fact, and I highly recommend that the town do this via administrative regulation and not via the code. I believe in the Lions Code that power already exists to promulgate administrative regulations concerning utilities. And in Estes Park, which you may know that I do a lot of representation of, we do almost all utility regulations of these kinds via administrative regulations promulgated by the utilities director. And so that's how I'd recommend we proceed on this issue as well.
Aaron, could you do me a favor at least and present it to the board and send it to the board? I'd like to know how much that dimming system would cost. I like that idea. I like that idea about being able to dim at certain times, turn off, early in the morning and, earlier in the morning. I think it'll be more efficient, and I think that it'll pay for itself very quickly. And I think that it'll alleviate some of the concerns of some of the citizens if we address it in a comprehensive manner like that. Could you do that, please?
Yep, sure.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions? Okay. Administrator's report. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, and good evening. On our COVID update tonight, I do want to let the board know that staff continue to attend meetings regularly in regard to the vaccine process. And today we did hear back that Lions is going to get our testing site continued through March 26th on Fridays. So there will not be testing in Lions on Christmas Day nor New Year's Day. But we do have funding now to continue it through the end of March. You may be hearing about this 5-star certification program. Boulder County is headed in the right direction. We may be going back to an orange level in the next couple of weeks if the trend continues. And then if so, about 2 weeks after that, we could be eligible for this 5-star certification that would allow some more leniency on our local businesses. So we'll be keeping our eye on that. Probably the most exciting news of the night is that we have heard from Dr. Cog, and I know people sometimes wonder what that is, but the Denver Regional Council of Governments, that 2 of the grants we applied for a couple years ago are now at the top of the list. And so there is potential funding available between now and 2023 to do the Broadway US 36 improvements, which would basically take the section of Broadway between 5th and 3rd and convert that to be able to be much more similar to Main Street. They could become fronts and literally add a whole nother block of commercial opportunities in Lyons. It also would include multimodal sidewalk along that stretch and allow parallel parking along Broadway. So that's one project that is potentially coming up. The other is what we've called the St. Vrain Corridor Trail, which would be a trail between McConnell Road and US 3666 Junction. And we attempted that once before using flood recovery funding, CDBG-DR, and ran into some obstacles. But I would like to just make the board aware that both DRCOG and Boulder County are interested in our board making a decision if we want to accept these funds and commit to the match or pass them up so that they can go to Boulder County's next project, which is a project in the city of Boulder. So I would like to gear this up for a January 4th discussion in detail and come in to the board with some alternatives on how we could come up with those matching funds. This is one of those big picture items we've been waiting to get funded, and we finally made it to the top of the list. So I'm eager to put that on our opportunities. If we could do it in 2022, I would be hopeful that maybe we could continue a couple of our flood staff that are familiar with the federal grant process to oversee these projects for us while they're still here and remember how all of it works instead of bypassing this and having to hire someone in future years to do it. But if the board's up for that, I'd like to put it on the January 4th agenda so we can get a response back to DRCOG. And then I do have a couple updates in regard to a couple questions asked earlier. The issue about helmets at the skate park, it is already posted. It's not posted as a requirement, I don't believe, but it is posted as, it is signed that we encourage helmets and use at the park. To say they're required, we would have to enforce those rules. So if the board wants to talk about that. Also in regard to the CDOT highway trail that Trustee Browning referred to, we did have another meeting with the engineering group last week. Again, reiterated the importance of this trail. We pulled up a map. We showed them where it used to be, where we would like to see it again. The two particular engineers we were on our call with were not familiar with it. So it was good we brought it to their attention again. They are going to be presenting to us a 30% design on January 7th. So let's see if it shows up on their 30% design, and we'll gear it up for a resolution from the board on the 4th, I guess. But they did not indicate they had any funding to do that and said it was not on their radar, but I think we should continue to push it with them as well. So, oh, and then just one more comment that I was contacted by someone else that they have like Macintosh water shares available if anyone is wanting to purchase more. So I told them I would pass that along to you. There are, I believe it was 13 shares available if that's something the board is interested in. Other than that, the other really big news, I guess, and we're going to be having a special meeting tomorrow, is that two town staff, Brianna Hoyt and Kim Mitchell, have been really active pursuing with our local businesses the distribution of $200,000 more of CARES Act funding to our local businesses. And we had 23 small businesses apply for the grants, and they range between $900 and $10,000 in applications. And tomorrow we are wanting, we are ready. We've been through the scoring systems and made our recommendations from staff. And we have 3 businesses that were not found to be eligible. We did try to work with them through those obstacles. They were not eligible because they didn't either have a current business license, a lack of financial documentation, or no record of their sales tax being current. So we disqualified them. We gave them a week to get it together, and then if not, we disqualified them. But we have $197,000 we're ready to distribute to our local businesses before the end of the year. So we're excited to have that meeting with the board tomorrow at 4 p.m. And we can talk in more detail then and look at the list and summary. Any other questions for me? Mayor, it looks like 2 questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, looks like you're in charge of the meeting now.
I think
Mayor
Angelo's computer may have frozen due to lack of battery.
Oh, okay.
So at least for the time being, Trustee Miller, you had your hand raised. Why don't you go first?
I just had a quick question about the Dr. Cog funds and the 5th through 3rd Avenue. I seem to remember when we talked about that a long time ago, that there was potential for a traffic circle there also. Do you know if that is included in? No.
It is not that I recall. It is, you're correct. We first applied for the Broadway improvements in 2010. Wow. And it did not make it. And then we went through the flood and we reapplied, and we were like 9th on the list, and now we've made it to the top. So I will look at all of that together. We submitted it, gosh, over a year ago. We did talk about the potential of a roundabout at 2 locations, actually, up at the end of Main and at the end of Broadway. I don't believe either was engineered to the point that it was included in this. But I'll be ready for a full discussion on the 4th.
Thank you.
And then Town Administrator Simonson, I had also a question about and a comment about the St. Vrain Trail extension. As you know, the big roadblocks we ran into before were the 3 ditch companies whose ditches we would have to cross to implement that trail, and that proved to be an insurmountable obstacle after we'd spent $80,000. And I guess to make sure the cart gets before the horse gets before the cart this time, and we don't repeat that, if that's going to be up for discussion on the 4th, we need to figure out the ditch company problem, and maybe the Dr. Cog grant funds are available to pay some compensation to the ditch companies, whereas the flood recovery funds weren't. But I don't want to repeat that process where we do a bunch of planning.
No, we don't either. We don't either.
And then all of a sudden can't complete it, and we're out $80,000. That's what happened.
My plan, because we just heard about this late on Friday, I'm going to try to reach out to them between now and the 4th, hoping that, I don't know what their holiday schedules look like, but we certainly are going to reach out and come to the table with more, a positive approach to that before we accept it.
Okay. I think Mayor Angelo is recharging his computer. While he's doing that, are there any further questions of the town administrator? If not, then the next item on the agenda is the legal update, if there is one from Attorney Dittman.
I'll be really short. I want to address a couple issues. First, I want to follow up on the discussion we had about the utilities and the ability to promulgate regulations for the utilities director. So currently the town code does not permit that. It says that all regulations will be passed via resolution of the Board of Trustees. It allows the town administrator to promulgate forms, but not separate binding regulations. And so I think I would recommend that the administration section of the code be amended to allow for that. We did that in Estes Park, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And, we do a lot of these kind of things like lighting design and distribution design, relocation standards. I mean, via administrative regulation, because it's not really, I don't think the board has expertise in the area. It could really benefit from their input on it most of the time. And so I think if we wanted to do a lighting plan via regulation, we should probably also amend the administrative section of the utilities code. So that just a quick update on that one. Go ahead.
If we did amend that section of the code to just have a general provision that it can be done by resolution, then you wouldn't have to put, all of the details of, for example, a lighting policy into the code. So,
correct. Well, you could do it via resolution now, but I think you could even go a step further and allow administrative regulations for the utilities director to promulgate. That's just how he done it in a lot of other places. I'm not saying you have to, but I thought that was a request, was to, you can do it via resolution now, but you can't do it via administrative regulation, which is the way we've done it in most other places.
Okay. Any further legal updates?
Yeah, just one quickly. We are in the process finally of getting a mediation date with Honeywell scheduled. I won't go into any more detail than that, but there will be an executive session coming to a board and trustees meeting near you to discuss settlement positions as part of that mediation. So, and that's all I have.
I see Mayor Angelo looking alive again, so I'll back over to him.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate it. Item 10, public hearings and ordinances. Could you please read number 1 into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is the first reading of ordinance 1093, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Chapter 13, Article 1, Section 150 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the termination of utility services.
Staff?
I guess I'll take it to start off with. So this was a request originally by Mayor Pro Tem Browning that we take a look at. Mayor Pro Tem Browning generated the original draft. I made some updates to the draft. One issue in particular that I addressed in my version of the draft that you have before you tonight was the addition of provision concerning termination of utility service for emergencies. I don't think these code updates were intended to take away the ability of the town to shut off utility services when there really is an immediate life and safety threat. There's other parts of the utilities code that do kind of hit on that topic, but I thought it was good as part of a broader termination section to include that as part of the provisions. I also do want to highlight that there is a section here about we can shut off utilities for violation of public health orders and other sorts of emergency declarations. I just want to, say we would never use that lightly. There would be public process before we would do that, but it is one recommended change that was put forth in the original draft. I just want to point that out in particular.
Any questions for council?
I said one other small thing to add. There was a couple of non-substantive issues, grammatical corrections I've heard been pointed out to me. So we can definitely take care of those without any sort of amendments.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Questions at this point? Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
That's what I was going to say too. There are a couple of things that I think Mayor Angelo pointed out and I pointed out, but this is first reading, so they're just typos and one inconsistency in numbers in there. And this is first reading, so those can be corrected in the draft presented at second reading. I don't think we need to take the time to go through and amend them by formal motion.
Okay, I agree. Any further comments?
Trustee Waugh does, I believe.
Trustee Waugh, where are you? Why can't I see you? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, sir.
I just had a question. Perhaps Utility Director Kaplan can answer What is the process and/or costs associated with terminating service and/or reconnecting service?
Well, one would be, it would depend. I don't know that we've done it for water. We're usually only doing the electric currently. And that would require someone to go out and turn off the service. However, with the new meters, we are getting what are called remote disconnect meters for not all of the meters, but we will have options to put in a remote disconnect meter, which we had decided if anyone was to have a shut off once, we would have a remote disconnect meter put in so that you can remotely do that. And it would just be town staff turning it off, turning it back on from town hall. So that would greatly simplify the process. The costs for the town are the amount of time it takes someone to go out there. So an employee, a half hour, 45 minutes. Once we have the new system in, that would be greatly reduced.
Are there fees associated with reconnection?
Yeah, so for the actual customer, there's a fee for the disconnect and reconnect. I would have to pull those up in the fee schedule. I believe they were $20 or $30 for each.
Thank you.
Has not been approved yet, if I'm correct. Right now, if they get shut off for non-payment or for any other reason, it's just a $25 reconnect fee. We do not charge currently to shut them off. We just charge them only to reconnect them.
Thank you.
Is there a thought on charging them for both?
That was something that was basically put together last year, but I believe it didn't get into the rate schedule. It was included in some of the code changes that were done, the utility board did back in 2019. So we do now have it in the rate schedule. There are a few different items that would be charged for.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Trustee Caravas.
Just a comments question. We're still going to go through a hearing, right? I got more of a Brandon, more of a major.
Yeah. So this part's asking questions of staff, but we're still going to have a motion in a second and a discussion.
Okay,
and then this is just first reading.
That's right.
Yeah. Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move we adopt on first reading ordinance number 1093, an ordinance concerning termination of utility services.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion?
Trustee Waugh has.
Trustee Caravas.
This is something more substantial. When you shut off utilities, we probably need to have something in here, Brandon, about when we go ahead and reinstate, something basically reads close to this probably. Before something were reinstated, after all revenues appeared, a town line representative will have to inspect the premises for potential hazards that may have developed by the resident / owner while the services were disconnected.
Trustee,
nothing in or out nothing in or on electrified heating surfaces or appliances. Tubs and or water basins are free of debris and obstacles. XL Gas already does this. It's standard natural gas all across the nation. As a landlord, something gets shut off. Someone decides to use the range for a countertop pizza box. We turn electricity on without checking. We got a fire hazard. We start a fire, and we probably should have something in there that there needs to be an inspection of the home by somebody, because, or if a tub drain is used for whatever, sink and turn water back on, and the spigot got knocked on by a cat or a dog or just a person, water comes on, floods the house, we're liable. So
Is that sort of something that could be passed via resolution though, potentially? Via a regulation, it sounds like it's a more of a regulatory thing.
I don't know. That's, how about, what do you think?
I think so. I think saying the standards for inspections. I mean, maybe put something generic saying inspection will be needed before utility services are restored. But I think kind of how we do that maybe is something that would be more proper for the type of regulation we were discussing earlier with concern to the street letting plan.
Okay. If you think that'll work, and that's fine. That's, yeah, it probably needs to be done. Because like I said, other utilities do it. I mean, it's an important thing. It's a danger. It could be a hazard. So we need to do something to make before we turn everything back on.
Yeah, we could add in, and we'll need a motion obviously, but or I could draft something. We could bring it up back for second reading about needing an inspection prior to reconnection to service.
That's fine. Thank you.
Oh.
You're on mute, Mayor.
Still on mute.
Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, I'd like to see something in here that charges a larger disconnect fee. I think there's at least 2 visits to the property, 1 to serve notification. There's significant staff time. And this ordinance is written to specifically focus on revenue generating applications when we talk about PUDs and ADUs, or I'm sorry, ADUs and STRs. So my feeling is we're leaving money on the table. We're not actually, we're going to work with somebody and hopefully we never get to disconnect. But I think that, if we do get to that point, we need to cover our costs. And, as I said, there's at least 2 visits to the property, 1 to give notice and potentially 1 to shut it off. I don't think there should be penalty to necessarily turn it back on. But I think, if we're at the point where we're shutting something off and we're incurring costs, we're already carrying past balances perhaps, or other violations. I'd like to see some wording in there, and I don't know exactly how that works to put a larger financial penalty.
Wouldn't that be in the fee schedule, I guess, would probably be the proper place to do that. I'm
Sure.
kind of asking Aaron, I guess, but.
Okay. I'll take that advice.
Further comments? We have a motion and a second. There are no further comments. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Travis,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Ordinance 1093 passes on first reading unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read number 2 under public hearings and ordinances into the record?
Yes, this is the first reading of ordinance 1094, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of section 16-3-360, section 16-4-10, section 16-4-70, and section 16-4-100 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning PUD mixed-use zoning districts and PUD mixed-use overlay districts.
Thank you. Staff?
The Community Development Director is on. Paul, are you available?
I am. Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry about that. I was having a little computer glitch. The update to the PUD MU code was recommended by the PCDC in order to allow for the mixed use zoning that is underlying that was adopted by the town. This update would allow for an applicant to come in and utilize the underlying zoning for a PUD update. A PUD is a planned unit development, and it is typically a negotiation with a town. If a town does have mixed-use development in their code, it is generally recommended that that code is utilized as the beginning for those negotiations. So this would allow the town to start with those underlying mixed-use zone districts in that negotiation, and would create a more efficient process to achieve the mixed-use zoning that was already vetted and approved by the town. Thereby, as a recommendation by PCDC, the staff does support the adoption of this code. Thank you.
Any questions for Development Director? No questions? We'll entertain a motion then. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move the adoption of ordinance 1094, amending certain sections of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning PUD municipal mixed-use development zoning districts and PUD mixed-use overlay districts.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 1094 as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just briefly, as I understand this, it provides more flexibility for mixed-use developments under the code. They're limited right now to basically one zoning section of the town, and this expands that to other zoning areas. And I think promoting flexibility for mixed-use development in Lyons is a good thing. The less rigid our rules are, the better, and I'm in favor of it.
Any additional comments? Trustee Wah.
To echo Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I think this is a good decision. As I've said many times before, current existing PUD code forces developers to manipulate a lot of components. This allows us to provide more continuity and consistency for developers, and I encourage this board as well as the PCDC to consider other PUD classifications that could help with future development in the town by making it a less arduous process for developers and provide more certainty in terms of consistency when it comes to zoning. I think PUDs have an opportunity to create inconsistencies and sometimes disadvantages for property owners. So I encourage and applaud the PCDC for their efforts with regard to this ordinance.
Further comments? I think it's a tremendous improvement in the code, and I favor it greatly. I welcome when we open up opportunities for development and make the process less cumbersome. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Ordinance 1094 on first reading passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Point
Yeah.
of privilege, Mayor Angelo, if you don't mind. It's about 9:30. Is it okay to take a break before the consent agenda?
Yeah, that's fine with me. How does the board feel? Is that okay?
Sounds good.
10 minutes? 10 minutes, okay?
Sure.
10 minutes, let's get back, let's make it, 9:40. A little more time, 9:40. 6, 7, okay. Everybody here? Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is Resolution 2020-189, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Town of Lyons and the City of Longmont for the development of a subterranean pump station. This item has been continued to the January 4th, 2021 meeting. Item 2 is Resolution 2020-190, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting a fee schedule. Item 3 is Resolution 2020-191, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding the proposal for sanitary sewer repairs at Fifth Avenue and Mealy Street to Roberts Excavation Corporation and approving a construction contract with Roberts Excavation Corporation. Item 4 is Resolution 2020-192, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for the allocation sharing of CARES Act funding through Boulder County, Colorado. Item 5 is Resolution 2020-193, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for alternative transportation services between the Town of Lyons and Boulder County. Item 6 is Resolution 2020-194, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with WHC FTC LLC doing business as Z-Trips for transportation services for January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. Item 7 is Resolution 2020-195, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, providing for additional appropriation during fiscal year 2020 for unanticipated 2020 revenues and expenditures required of the Town of Lyons, Colorado. Item 8 is Resolution 2020-196, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, appointing one new member to the board. Oh, it says Board of Trustees. I believe it's the Board of Commissioners for the Lyons Regional Library District. Item 9 is the December accounts payable, and item 10 are the December 7th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone that wishes to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I would like to pull item 2, the fee schedule.
Anybody else? Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 2.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda as stated. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
We didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, you're on mute. Aye, okay. Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
The consent agenda as amended is approved unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I'd like to propose 2 changes to the fee schedule. I'll deal with them one at a time. The first one I would like to propose is to cut the annual business license fee for 2021 from $50 to $25. And I would do that in the form of a motion to amend the fee schedule. And if there's a second, I'll add some comments to make on that.
Second.
I'll second.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. Any further discussion?
Couple of some comments on the reason for this. The reason for this is a lot of businesses are going through a tough time. $25 doesn't sound like much, but it is to somebody who has got $50 in their bank account. And I think this is just one more small thing the town could do to support our local businesses during a very tough COVID time. The fee was $25 until either last year or the year before last. We upped it from 25 to 50. It's not really a revenue producer for the town. It's meant to cover staff costs. The budget item of revenue projected for business license fees for 2021 was $20,000. So if there were the same number of businesses still in business next year, this would basically cut the revenue by $10,000. I think that there are probably a number of businesses that are already gone, so I don't think it's quite as big an item as we budgeted for. But I would point to a couple of places within the general fund where the potential up to $10,000 revenue loss could be covered. One is that the town will not be expending all of the amounts budgeted for trustee fees and salaries. Some of the board members are not taking their per meeting fees, and I'm confident that unspent revenue will total at least half of the $10,000 amount. And then secondly, as the board may recall, when we did the budget, we shifted $125,000 into general reserve and general fund reserve that resulted from a grant we got kind of at the last minute, that we didn't have to spend $125,000 from the general fund on was it the Second Avenue Bridge, I believe? No, that's Fourth Avenue pedestrian bridge, I believe. So I think the money is there to cover this. I think it's yet another thing that we can do to support local businesses. And that's why I propose to do that. And it would be just for this year. And if things are back to normal for 2022, we can take it back to $50 next year.
Further comments? Trustee Rogan.
Is my audio working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry, I got booted out and back. I missed the fee that Mayor Pro Tem Browning was talking about, so you don't need to repeat the whole thing, but I'm curious about what exactly
Repeat
the
the
fee.
essence of your.
The business license fee to cut
Oh.
from 50 to 25.
Great, thank you.
Any further comments? I agree 100% that every little bit.
Hand up, sir.
Pardon me?
Trustee Waugh has his hand raised.
Oh, excuse me, Trustee Waugh, go ahead.
Are we just continuing on this fee, or can I bring another fee that I'd like to see changed?
We have to, I believe, Counselor, vote on each of these separately, do we not?
Sorry. Has there been a motion and a second to pass the whole, and then you propose an amendment? Is that correct, Trustee Brown? He's making sure.
I made a motion to cut the business license fee in half, and it was seconded.
Okay, but was there a motion to pass the resolution as a whole?
No, not yet.
Okay. I mean, we probably should have had a motion to pass the resolution as a whole, then an amendment.
So if we do it, so we can do that. And then to answer Trustee Waugh's question, would we take up, do we have to vote on each of the different amendments then?
It would be a separate amendment for his.
Okay. All right. So then let's take Counselor's advice. If you'll withdraw that amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, we can entertain a motion to approve the fee schedule.
I'll withdraw it for now, and I would move to approve the fee schedule.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the fee schedule. Any further discussion?
I would like to offer an amendment to change the business license fee from $50 to $25.
Second.
We have a motion and a second as stated.
So now Trustee Waugh can do we can have up to 2 amendments at a time.
Okay, good. Oh, good. I learned something new every meeting. Trustee Waugh.
Yes, I'd like to propose that on page 6, under the meter disconnect fee, that be raised to $75 from $30. Based on the discussion we had earlier, it takes multiple visits to disconnect power and staff time, and I don't believe that $30 covers that fee. Is covered by that fee.
Counselor, to consider these two amendments in one motion, when one is to cut a fee and one is to increase a fee, seems somewhat illogical. Can we vote on each of the, can we choose to vote on each of these separately?
So in essence, you will be, because this is an amendment to the amendment. It's like adding this piece onto it. And so if you were to vote this down, then it wouldn't be considered, it wouldn't be added to Trustee Browning's amendment, if that makes sense. So you're allowed to do an amendment to the second degree, which is what we're doing. We're amending Trustee Browning's amendment. So if you don't have to, if you vote against Trustee Wah's amendment, you've not modified Trustee Browning's amendment.
And so do we vote in regard to the Second Amendment first?
Yes, right now, if there's a second, there hasn't been a second yet, there'll be a vote on Trustee Wah's component.
Okay, that's fine. I understand now. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Trustee Wah. Any further discussion? Trustee Miller.
This is just for clarification purposes on Trustee Wah's amendment. I just want to clarify that is the disconnect fee and the reconnect fee for short-term rentals, or is it for anybody that gets cut off? Does anybody know?
Just made it for disconnect, first of all, is my amendment. And I would assume that means anyone who's disconnected.
Correct. I think as proposed, that's what it'd be for, disconnect for anyone.
Okay. So, but it's just for the disconnect fee, is that what you said? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. It's probably because my washer's on.
Any other comments? So we will vote on the
Comment?
Mayor Pro Tem.
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I wouldn't have a problem with this if it was limited to commercial disconnects or limited to ADU or short-term vacation rental disconnects. But for it to apply to all disconnects, it's going to pick up a lot of, I would think that we have more disconnects with normal residential late fees and stuff. And there's a lot of people having trouble meeting their utility bills right now. So I couldn't support this as applying to all residential disconnects in town. I think it's just too much of a burden on people who get behind in their utility bills. I could support it if it were more limited.
Any other comments? Trustee Rogan.
I agree wholeheartedly with Mayor Pro Tem. There are so many people struggling right now. Why would we make it more expensive for them to have their utilities shut off when they can't pay them? I would support short-term rentals, though, the fee for that.
Trustee Miller, did you have a comment?
Well, that's why the direction I was going. That's why I asked that. Can we do a friendly amendment on this particular piece, or is it?
So I think we'd have to withdraw it if we only do amendment to the second degree. So we'd have to withdraw it and restate this amendment.
Okay. I'm trying to even find the fee on the actual fee schedule and what it says specifically, because okay, well, I mean, should probably just vote on that, correct? Either up or down?
We may, as soon as everybody has a chance to comment. Are there any further comments? I have one. I would find it very disheartening in the situation that people that may be facing financial difficulties be penalized further. I would have a very difficult time with that. So I will be voting no on this particular amendment. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No?
Trustee Rogan,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
No,
Trustee Caravas,
No.
and Trustee Miller.
No.
The amendment is defeated 6-1. Now we will vote on or discuss Trustee Browning's amendment. Is there any further discussion? Any further clarification? I support this wholeheartedly, sir. I'll call for the vote.
Sir, Trustee Waugh has his hand raised.
Excuse me, Trustee Waugh, I apologize.
I have another fee I'd like to discuss. Do I wait until we vote on this and then amend again, or?
It's up to you whether you want to amend Trustee Browning's amendment or whether you want to just vote on its own merits. Right now, the amendments on the floor is Trustee Browning's amendment.
Let's vote on that and then I'll make a motion for an amendment.
Okay, call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The amendment passes unanimously. Trustee Waugh?
To make an amendment to the fee schedule specifically under camping. Under the camping rates, I'd like to have all of those increased by $2, the equivalent of the lodging tax, to the currently proposed pricing that is provided here.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Trustee Waugh. Would you explain your position, Trustee Waugh?
Sure. The lodging tax was implemented according to the municipal code to support the impacts caused by overnight visitors in the town. And as the largest provider of overnight accommodations in the town of Lyons, those fees are not being collected. I understand the tax ramifications. So rather than implement the lodging tax, I would like to see, I believe that these rates are based on a market study, and I believe that $2 added to each night can be collected by the town to at least cover the impact to the parks and park infrastructure that are caused by the overnight guests, as was the original intention of the lodging and occupancy tax as it was put in place. So therefore, I believe the $2 should be collected and be used under the spirit of the lodging tax ordinance, even though it won't be collected as lodging tax. I believe that the extra $2 per night or per stay, I believe it's per stay, not per night, would be of great benefit to our parks in maintaining the infrastructure. Some of the things listed in the Lyons Municipal Code include additional security and police forcing, which we've seen a tremendous amount of this year. And I believe that the parks should pay for themselves and the impacts that they cause on the infrastructure of the town.
Thank you. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, the fees for camping were proposed based on a marketing studies that town staff, including the park staff, has done. They are attempted to be set to be competitive with other camping alternatives in the area. There are a whole lot of park usage fees that are charged to cover the costs of running the parks, including camping fees, but parking fees and shelter rental fees and so forth and so forth. I know Trustee Waugh has taken the position in the past that he wanted the lodging tax to apply to the to overnight camping, and it is a per night charge, not a per stay charge, I believe. The town board, so a couple of boards back, that implemented the lodging tax exempted the town-run camping for a good reason, which is it makes no sense for the town to charge a separate tax, collect that tax, and then remit the tax to itself. That's a lot of unnecessary bookkeeping, and so it was just it was decided to be that it was simpler to just set the fee at whatever amount the town wanted to, and of course we can raise it if we want to. But I trust the judgment and the work that's gone into this by the town staff to that their proposed fee is competitive, and I see no reason for the board to second guess their judgment. So I'll be opposing this and support that fee as proposed by the town staff.
Further comments?
I have one. For clarification, I'm not suggesting that we collect a tax. I'm suggesting that we increase the fee by $2 for all camping. So there will be no bookkeeping. There'll just be additional revenue and the appropriate tax as stated by the Lyons Municipal Code as it relates to the lodging tax.
Can I make a point of clarification? If I read, and I could be mistaken, if I read the fee schedule, I came to the conclusion that the camping fees were raised.
By $5.
That's right. And what I found fascinating about it is that this is just the way I think, you guys. We raised our fees to become more competitive. That's what it actually said in the report. You could maybe say that we raised our fees to be more in line with fees in other locations. But I found that quite fascinating. I think the fees have been raised enough, and I will, along with Mayor Pro Tem, be voting against this. Any further comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
No?
Trustee Rogan,
No.
Trustee Waugh,
Yes.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
No.
The amendment fails 4-3. Further amendments?
Yes.
Hearing none, we'll vote.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Browning had one, sir.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, this was the second one I mentioned, but I wanted to do them one at a time. I would propose amending the fee schedule to add a reference under, let me get the page number just a second. It's on page. Well, I don't see them numbered. Hold on just a second. It's on the second page, and it's under site plan and development review. And my amendment would be to add at the bottom of that little subsection the words plus fees pursuant to section 16-17-30 B4 LMC. And if there's a second, I'll explain what I'm doing.
We have a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, Trustee Browning.
This issue kind of came to my attention as during the last meeting when we were discussing the first really commercial site and development plan review that had gone through the process. As Trustee Waugh said earlier, there haven't been many commercial developments in Lyons in the last 20 years, and that was the first commercial one with the pole barn at the farmette that had occurred since the plan and development review process was put into place, or at least since the commercial design guidelines are put in place. And it was very late when we were discussing that, and I asked the community development director about the fee, which he indicated was basically $500 plus outside consulting fees. And it was like 11:30 at night, and I didn't want to get into all this then. But it's that section of the code that I talked about, and I'll kind of summarize it here in a minute. It says a non-refundable fee is collected to cover the cost of review by, and it mentions various people, the town attorney, town engineer, town administrator, and any other expert who the town may wish to employ, and notice and publication expenses. It talks about actual costs may exceed the initial deposit, and the applicant is liable for the cost in excess of the application fee, according to the fee agreement. So it references a fee agreement. And then we have a form of fee agreement that was in the packet for the farmette application. That fee agreement, I went back and read that form. It doesn't seem to me to exactly fit what the code says. It has like a 15% presumed administrative cost beyond the outside professional fees that are billed. This is all very unclear to me, and I'm not sure when that section of the code got put in there, but it clearly indicates an intent by whatever board passed that section of the code that the town's costs for reviewing a development application are going to be paid by the applicant. And it specifically mentions town attorney, town engineer, town administrator, and it says any other expert. I'm not sure what they meant because to actually cover there, because at various times in the town's history, the town engineer has either been a contract, outside contract engineer, as we have right now, so that if the town engineer works on a particular project, presumably you'll get an invoice from the town engineer saying how much they billed the town on that. But there have been other times in the past when the town engineer was an in-house employee who didn't bill by the hour. Town attorney has always been an outside contractor, bills by the hour. The town administrator has never been an outside employee, contracted employee, so the town administrator would not normally bill hourly for services. And I'm not sure what's meant by any other expert. There have been times in the past where the town has only had outside professional planners who would bill the town for their hourly rates. And if that's probably the biggest chunk of time that would go into reviewing a development application is the town planner. So is there an intent for the town planner's time, if he's an outside planner contracted, to be paid by the applicant? But what about if he's an in-house planner like we've had the last few years? This is all very confusing. And I don't think that the form that they signed matches the code. So I think this needs some attention, and we need to decide exactly what we want, what we, the board and the town, want to do in terms of what we require a developer who submits an application to pay. I don't think it's very clear now in the form or in the code, and certainly not in the fee schedule. So what I'm proposing for the fee schedule is let's just reference the code as it exists, because we can't change that right away, and leave it open and basically call attention to that there's an issue here, rather than just put a flat dollar amount in the fee schedule, because I don't think that matches the code. And then there's a second aspect I'm going to point out that doesn't have to be addressed tonight, but it goes to something that Trustee Waugh said earlier One of the things the town might want to do in some circumstances is to waive part or all of some of these fees if we want to encourage a particular type of development, a hotel, for example. The way this part of the code is written right now, I don't think even the town board has the authority to waive these fees. This code just says a non-refundable fee is collected. It doesn't say it may be waived by the town board. So this section of the code needs some attention. We need to clarify what a developer pays, because it's certainly a disincentive to launch into a big development project that could run up a bunch of fees and not have any certainty about what you're going to have to pay. Are you going to have to pay $10,000 for the planner's time? Are you going to have to pay $5,000 for the town administrator's time if she spends a lot of time on a particular project? We need to clarify this, but for the meantime, I don't think our fee schedule should differ from what's in the code. And so the amendment tonight's pretty simple, but it's a more complicated subject that I think we need to take up fairly soon before we get any more big development applications. What I'm proposing here is let's just reference the code in the fee schedule, and then we need to later address exactly what is meant by that code provision.
So is what you're proposing, Mayor Pro Tem, to delete that particular fee?
No, I'm proposing to add a line to that section of the fee schedule that says pursuant to LMC section, plus fees pursuant to LMC section 16-17-30B4. In other words, just reference the code in the fee schedule to let everybody know, including a potential developer, hey, there's an issue here about what the code says the fees have to be.
Okay. And perhaps in the future, we'll address the capability as an incentive for the board to waive that, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, to give us the opportunity to waive it, and also to actually address what kind of fees do we mean have to be collected. Because to me, that section of the code is unclear, and it's something we need to fix so that developers know what it's going to cost them. And if they know what it's going to cost them, then they could come in and say, this looks like it's going to cost me $30,000 in fees. Would the board be willing to waive 15,000 or all of it or whatever? But this is like first step is let's just reference in the fee schedule that there is a provision of the code that mandates fees for this type of review.
Okay. Any further comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Any further amendments? Now we'll vote on the fee schedule as amended. Any comments? Trustee Miller?
I think I want to make one more amendment, and it probably won't be that popular, but I'm gonna do it anyway. For the short-term rental license, the initial licensure, I feel like that's pretty low, $75. I would like to see it raised quite a bit, actually, up to about 500, and maybe 200 for the renewal. So I'm going to make that amendment. Do you want me to continue on why?
No.
Right now?
No, let's get a second for it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have
Now she
motion
can.
and a second. Now you can let her go, Trustee Miller.
Well, I mean, the idea is here in this town, we don't have a lot of housing, right? I feel like the short-term rentals, the people that are able to do a short-term rental or an ADU typically choose to do a short-term rental because they can make more money on it. Therefore, we should charge more. That's like 2 nights that they would have to pay for initially. that they would charge the nightly fee of, $250 or whatever. So my point is that if you raise those rates a little bit and get that money for short-term rentals, people have the choice. Do I do an ADU or do I do an STR? Maybe that'll provide more folks. Maybe more folks will choose to do an ADU rather than an STR if they have to pay a larger fee. That's just my line of thinking. And I do think that $75 is really cheap for a license to operate a business, a hotel-like business, or motel, whatever, out of your house. So, or on your property. There are many other reasons I could probably come up with, but that's just off the cuff.
Further comments?
Trustee Wah has his hand raised, sir.
I see Trustee Wah.
So I'm a little confused because my understanding is you can't use ADUs as a short-term rental. So not quite sure what the point is there. But, I personally think that a short-term rental license, we already have so many restrictions on them. It's just a business and it should be business license and it should be in line with the business license fee. There's really no ability for anybody to get rich on a short-term rental in this town because of all of the restrictions and all of the limitations that we have put on, that previous boards have put on short-term rentals. We already don't have people paying the $75 and we're not really doing anything about it. So what are we going to do? Have a bunch of people not pay $500 and not do anything about it? I'm going to vote against this. I think it's overly burdensome on people that we've already put too many burdens on to support people coming to this town and staying in this town and spending money in our businesses.
Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, I don't like the onerous cost of $500. I think we have to be realistic and realize that some of these short-term rentals allow people to stay in their homes. That in fact, the short-term rentals, particularly during the festival weeks, are allowing them to keep their house, to pay their mortgage, to pay their taxes. So I'm going to vote no against that fee.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
When the short-term rental ordinance was passed first by the PCDC and then by the board, the fee was left up to the board, and the board deliberately set it relatively low on purpose for the reason that Trustee Wah alluded to, which is it was difficult at the time. All short-term rentals, vacation rentals, were not in compliance with code ordinance, and it was realized that it was going to be difficult to bring those people into compliance. And so to make it as easy as possible, make it less burdensome for them to get licensed and start reporting, and importantly, collect sales tax and lodging tax for the town, which we weren't doing when they were illegal. The incentive to get registered was it was only a $75 fee. And I'll remind everybody, short-term vacation rentals by our statute must be in a principal residence of the short-term rental owner. So you're mostly talking about people renting out spare rooms in their houses, and those people are not likely to turn a spare room into their house into an ADU. Most of these are not detached ADUs. You can have a non-detached ADU, but most of these are just spare bedrooms that people rent out. And as Trustee Lowell says, I personally know several people who do this, who do get licensed, and they are using it to meet their mortgage payments. I know one short-term vacation rental owner who has children who moves out of her house on weekends and camps so that she can get extra income to meet her mortgage payments. And I'm not going to vote to burden somebody like that with a $500 fee. So I'll be voting no.
Further comments? Trustee Rogan.
It's a question. How many licensed short-term rentals are there right now in town?
Perfect. Madam Administrator?
I seem to recall looking at budget that it was less than 10 had paid fees this
Yeah, it isn't as many as you would think. And Trustee Wall was correct. People complain all the time about $75 fees, and so they just don't pay it. I don't know the exact number without pulling up a different program, but it's under, I think it's somewhere around 12 or 15.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Rogan, to your question, at one time we were up to about 20, and that was because the town had a full-time employed code enforcement officer who made a point of checking short-term vacation rentals, contacting those that were listed on Airbnb but weren't licensed. And we got pretty close to full compliance. And the fact that it may have slipped some, I think is due. I think that's the town's responsibility for not having enough code enforcement directed to that. So I don't think we can blame the short-term rental owners on that. I mean, you can't, everybody should do what they do. And then also COVID affected that as well, because there are some people who stopped doing short-term rentals during COVID. They didn't want strangers in their house for obvious reasons. So that's something that probably needs to start over again once COVID is behind us, whenever that may be.
Trustee Miller?
I'm going to withdraw that motion. I just wanted to have the discussion to see what y'all thought.
And the second?
That's fine.
Okay. Then I believe, Counselor, that the discussion is ended. Is that true?
Unless there's any further amendment, and I think we're ready to vote on the motion as amended.
Any further amendments? We will vote on the fee schedule as amended. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Travis,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The fee schedule passes unanimously as amended. Moving on to general business. In regard to discussion on defining and adopting virtual meeting rules of decorum, if there are no objections, I would prefer that in situations like this, that they be taken up at the discussion of future agenda items. I understand that the last meeting was rather contentious, but even though it was contentious, there was an opportunity to have brought up this item under discussion of future agenda items, where I think it should properly have been brought up. And so unless the board feels that they want to get into this discussion tonight, I would prefer to delay this until the next meeting. What is the pleasure of the board?
I support that.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
I'm fine with that.
Trustee Lowell,
Yeah, I'm fine.
Trustee Miller,
Also fine with that.
Trustee Caravas,
I am fine with that also.
Trustee Waugh,
Yeah, and that sounds good.
Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, that's fine. I do think it's a super important thing to consider, though, particularly before the next contentious meeting, which is going to be happening probably shortly.
Okay, and I agree with you. So we'll schedule that for the next meeting. Madam Administrator, on number 2, do you have an update for us?
Yes, Gentlemen,
We
that
moved number 2.
Pardon
We
me?
amended the agenda to move number 2 to the end.
I thought that was 3.
No, we amended the agenda. We moved item number 2 under general business to the end of the agenda.
no, it's item number 3 you're referencing, Mayor.
The Riverbend presentation on status of PUD.
Right, that's what we moved.
Is number 3.
On mine, it says number 2. I don't know, here we are again with different agendas. What's
That's
posted to the
crazy.
public says Roman
That's
numeral
crazy.
3-.2 is Riverbend.
No, what I have on number 2 is Lake McIntosh watershed request for Main Street development.
Okay, they're reversed on what's on the public website.
Okay.
I have it as Trustee Browning does, but I think regardless, Lake McIntosh has already been moved off this agenda. And then second, Riverbend was already moved to the end of the agenda. So
we didn't have a motion on Lake McIntosh. I was going to make one.
okay, I thought maybe we did during the agenda portion, but we can do so now. I think Riverbend's already been moved, so the McIntosh issue is now before the board.
Okay, all right.
And do you have an update on that, Madam Administrator?
I do have an update that Mr. CPAC, who requested this item be on your agenda, after seeing the agenda and the hour at which we would be discussing this, decided that he would rather wait until January 4th and have it when the board might be a little more fresher in the evening to talk about it. So he has, he concurs that he would be fine with continuing this until January 4th if there's a motion to do so.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I move that we continue the general business item on Lake McIntosh watershed request for Main Street development to the January 4th meeting.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Travis,
Aye.
Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Discussion of future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
To accompany what I said earlier, I would like to suggest a future agenda item to discuss what fees are to be charged to developers for a development plan review. And as a part of that discussion, to discuss whether the board should be given authority to waive part or all of those fees. So it's just for future discussion.
Any others? Well, we'll have the discussion on defining and adopting virtual meeting rules of decorum also per Trustee Rogan's request. I would like to request a update from Utility Director Kaplan on the condition of our hydrants, because what's come to my attention recently are situations where building permits have been issued, variances have been issued, and they've been held up because water pressure at the nearest hydrant was not sufficient to fight a fire. And so there are options that are available to people who have been waiting since May and have invested a substantial amount of money, is to now place sprinklers, which wasn't specified when their approval was granted. And I have a problem in situations like that. So I know that this may be an expensive proposition to fix, but there have been other expensive propositions that we've fixed in the town of Lyons One being having Longmont treat our water, which I spoke to Finance Director Johnson about, that ended up costing us $6.5 million by the time it's fixed. This is a public health and safety issue. We're talking about the older part of town. We're talking about neighborhoods that border possible wildfire habitats. So I think that this is an incredibly important issue. And I think that this Board of Trustees should institute solving it. It very well may be a multi-board task to get this done, but I think that we should start to address this. So I would like that as a future agenda item. The other thing I would like, and this to me is rather difficult, let me just put it that way. I would like the board, and I know the last board probably addressed this issue, but I would like what our position and what justified our position in regard to the Edward Bruder problem at his house. I would like a report from staff on how that issue was addressed and why it was addressed in the manner it was addressed. And I know that that might not be an issue that many people may, not wish to discuss, but I do, because I think that if we don't have any responsibility in regard to that issue, I want to know it. And if we do, I want to cure it. And it's as simple as that to me. Other than that, I don't have any other future agenda item requests. Are there any others from anybody else?
Mayor,
Yes.
on the last one you mentioned, Mr. Bruder's house,
Yes.
I would suggest that may need to be done in executive session. That's how it was handled by the last board, because the town had been threatened with a lawsuit. So
That's fine.
that may belong as an executive session item.
That's fine.
I would second that request. The town was served notice of suit by Edward Bruder and the previous board. And
That's
that
fine.
lawsuit was already resolved. And so I request that also be during executive session.
That's fine. As long as I and any other board member who wasn't present for those executive sessions that might have an interest in the issue are brought up to date, I have no problem, but I definitely would like to be. Let's see, summary of action items. Madam Clerk?
Yes, I've got a potential future agenda item, would like a BOT resolution that would request CDOT make reasonable efforts to incorporate a hike and bike trail to Hall Ranch, to provide the 16-year-old voting legislation to the Student Advisory Commission, potential for DRCOG funding on the January 4th agenda, and then to move the discussion on defining and adopting virtual meeting rules of decorum to the January 4th meeting.
Madam Administrator, any additional action items?
Staff report back on the mobile food truck and sales tax collection issue. Follow up on this, placemaking signs at the skate park. It sounds like we did that. I'm going to check into the cost of extending lights on Main Street, and I'll bring that back to the next board to see if we have a contract saying they're going to come down during a certain week or not.
Okay.
And then there were some specific recommendations regarding items B, C, and D on the utility policy, and adding cost to town for consideration. Also cost of dimming and turning off lights. Proposed changes to 1093, proposed changes to 1094. And then just the last three items we talked about for future.
Thank you.
I have one more. The breakdown of sales tax by in-town businesses versus outside of town businesses.
Okay, thank you. I might, okay, thank you.
Counselor, any others?
That covered my list.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Browning, do you have the readings to go into executive session? I forgot to alert you in regard to that.
I did email
Oh.
those. And I just
She
emailed
did.
link
Um,
so we can go into executive session.
Thank you, Town Clerk Vasquez.
Yes, I would like to move that we adjourn into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024B for purposes of receiving legal advice from the town attorney concerning potential legal action against the Lions Den Restaurant and Tap House for violations of the town's business license regulations and state and county public health orders.
Second.
That's the motion.
Discussion?
Need a second.
Second.
We have a second. We have a second. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
I'm abstaining because I have to recuse myself. All right, I'm recusing
Oh,
myself.
right. Okay, recusing yourself. Trustee Waugh
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
We move into executive session in just a little while. Thank you very much.
Have fun. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well, Trustee Miller. Let's see. Do we leave this one?
Is Trustee Miller coming back for the Riverbend discussion?
Doesn't sound like it.
Or is she recusing herself from that as well?
She typically recuses herself from all of those discussions. So I'm not sure, she didn't say.
That's a good question. I did not recuse myself the first time or last session because I did not feel like I had any conflict of interest with that. Or I basically, there was no work this summer. So I wasn't, I can come back for it. Would you like me to do?
Do you have pecuniary interest in the Riverbend PUD? That's the question you need to ask yourself.
Do I have any interest in Riverbend? No, I don't.
No, financial
Sort of
interest.
Financial benefit from any changes to the Riverbend PUD?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then at that point, it's a discussion of whether you're biased or whether you can decide the matter fairly or not. So if you can.
So I can text you to come back in.
Yeah. Okay. Do that. I can definitely decide that fairly.
Okay.
Yeah. So text me to come back, I guess.
Sorry.
All right. So yeah, we leave this one and then there's those executive session link that should be in your email. And then for everyone else in the line, we'll be back.